Arcade Hangout, episode number 44. I am Orange Whip, one of your hosts for tonight's show. We are a bunch of arcade collectors who like to meet pretty much once a week now to just talk about arcade collecting and our hobbies of, well, some of us arcade collecting and drinking brewskis or vodka or double Manhattans, I believe. So we're going to go around the room, get everybody to introduce themselves, and get them to answer tonight's question. And tonight's question is, if you had $1,000, and I'm going to say it's U.S. dollars. I'm in Canada, so that gives me a little bit more leeway, I think. If you had $1,000 to spend on a game right now, what would you want to pick up? And I will allow, if you wanted to get a more expensive game that's a project, or if you wanted to get a really, really minty lower price game, feel free to pick whatever you guys want. So, and let's go ahead and start off. Let's go, Brian.
That's your cue, Brian. Go, Brian.
Hell, I'm even on mute, and I'm ready to talk. Yeah.
All right, start over. This is a failure.
Brian, you do not have an answer for this, or what? Can't hear you.
Do you not have a mic for this? Tonight's question requires a microphone.
All right, fuck Brian. Go ahead, Buffett.
No, I don't have one yet, so tread it up.
Oh, my. Oh, Brian's still up. Gak, go for it.
All right. So I'll go ahead and consider these ones projects because I know in working they'd be worth more. But I'll say ice cold beer, of course.
I got one.
See, I was gonna pick that as well, but I thought that was a little too high of.
Oh, the actual value?
Is a project in the $1,000 range?
800.
That's what I was thinking.
Some of them
Okay.
are complete, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I'd love
won't pick
that
that one, but that is one I've been looking for a while. Or actually, I want a Zeke Speak, but.
Yeah, that would be a great one too. Yeah, just something I feel like I should have something a little bit different that's not just purely a video game in the arcade collection. Pinballs are getting to be out of the range, I think. But something else like that. So that's my answer. Ice cold beer.
Cool.
And go figure.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, do you want the original ice cold beer, or do you want
The original. I would want the original one, the original Gator one.
I think they should rig up one of those machines to play this. Because, I mean, doesn't it have like a jingle that's similar anyways?
What's the other one? Give me a beer, a keg of beer, right?
Oh, yeah. Fuck, where? Yeah, too bad Dave's not in here. I could play all kinds of... Okay. That would be great. This is all Teen Wolf sounds.
Okay, so...
A keg of beer.
And these. Oh, Dave's a chip leader bonus.
Well, Orange Whip, you think you got a second?
Yeah.
Option
So.
for that? You go ahead.
All right. Yeah, Orange Whip of this show. That's all you need to know. Well, Clav, I guess. I am going to pick Marble Madness.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
Oh!
Yeah, I got one of them.
That's a
So I'm not sure. Is that about $1,000 for like a decent one today? Or
I
it's
would
probably a little
say
higher
that's
now.
on the-
now.
Yeah,
Yeah, for a restored one, definitely.
Yeah, but let's say an average original.
Average original? No, that's about
Yeah,
right.
I think
Okay.
that's right.
Yeah.
100 to 1,000, give or take. Yeah.
Yep. I agree
100
with
to
that.
1,000. There's a little range in here.
I think he said
100 to
800.
1,000.
Oh, I thought all I heard was 100. And I'm like, well, there is some room for negotiation, I guess.
A little bit.
No, that'd be perfect range then. Now, yeah, Marble Madness is it then. It's a game that I would love to get.
Yeah, you're looking, if you pieced it together, you're looking at close to $1,000 in just the pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Just to piece it together, so that's about right if it's complete. Not working. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
And if you decide to do that, I've got an extra control panel. Which a year ago was impossible to find.
I was actually trying. I was almost in a trade a few weeks ago for a Road Blasters just to be able to make a Marble Madness for it. And the cabinet itself was in really good shape.
Yeah. Well, a lot of mine was originally Marble Madness. If you look at the numbers, I think a lot of them were converted.
Right.
Although now in hindsight, I wouldn't say no to a Road Blasters. Like if I picked one up, I'd keep it at Road Blasters. I mean, I played the shit out of mine before I got into the project.
See, I have zero desire for a Road Blasters at all.
You got any of the parts still, Jim, or do you not have any of them anymore?
I sold pretty much everything, including the yoke, the pedal. I mean, eventually everyone wanted something. The only thing I have is a spare board, but the board is non-working, and I've been pulling chips off of it. So not really, no.
No. That's cool.
Just fond memories.
Yeah, I recall playing the cockpit version of that more than the upright. The one that had like the lens on the screen that made it look larger.
That is a thick-looking cockpit. That would go well.
So long ago, man. Yeah.
Hey, we like long cockpits.
Yeah, if you're ever interested, Jim, I've got a bunch of parts for it, so let me know.
All right.
For Road Blasters.
Word.
Yeah.
All right, let's try Cousin Brian again. Let's see if are you able to speak yet?
Oh, Brian.
We don't hear a word you're saying.
Again.
All right, Carrie, go for it.
Does he have a mute button on his headset, maybe?
I don't know. I'm going to pass it to Carrie, though, if she's ready and willing.
Yes, I'm ready and willing. I contemplated answers for a little while. Then all of a sudden, I did this. Of course, because now I don't have one in my garage. I get a Forgotten Worlds. That was a great game. I enjoyed it a lot. And my garage.
Oh, there's a little foreshadowing involved here, I take it.
Exactly, there is a little foreshadowing involved.
Make a good segue.
Right?
Damn, she got last.
We've been known to go off in tangents.
Well, you know what? It's true. We can turn that from a segue into a teaser.
There you go.
Exactly.
That's our.
Nice. Have you ever thought about being a producer?
Carry the teaser.
Yeah.
Or technical director. Yeah.
maybe creative director. All right. So, well, I can try. Brian, we're still offline, right? Okay. And I'll go with Jim.
Oh, let's see. So I don't know why I was expecting like a second answer or something like that. I didn't think you were done.
Oh no, I was done. Actually, I did come up also with Marble Madness was one that I was like, that could be kind of fun for a while, even though I suck at it.
The game's so fucking hard. I tried playing it once or before the show, and I'm like, what am I doing? But I'm gonna go with video game world. I would go Super Punch-Out as of right now. But then I started thinking after Gak's answer, and I would say I kind of want to change my answer to a skee ball machine.
Oh, that's
I want skee ball, and
like an old school one.
Like an old school, like a 13-footer. Yep, with the wood.
Round wooden ball.
Those are pretty baby.
Yeah, I mean, after playing John Gorf Champions skee ball and seeing how easy they are to work on, because he had a problem with one of the switches, and I'm like, oh my God, there's like nothing to these. It'd be so easy to keep these running, and he had his up against the wall like in a perfect like notch. And me being me, I would want to have enough space where I could have two side by side, because like you can't have just one. I mean, you have to have like two people like playing head to head. But I totally like right after that sold me. I'm like, I've always considered this, but damn, I need to find I need a house with the space to have a skee ball machine.
Yeah.
Everyone, if you have an arcade, you've got video games. Some people are going to want to play them. Some people might like the old games or the new games. But if everyone knows skee ball, I mean, like, it's timeless. you could have like some kid that's never played it before, or you could have like great Uncle Joe that is in his 80s and he's like, oh, I haven't played one of these since like everyone can enjoy that. So that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it.
I've been looking at skee-ball machines lately.
The only thing is, like,
they're
it's
badass.
one thing to, kind of teasing again, Carrie and Andrew's, meetup, but it's one thing to move a few games. But how the fuck do you, like, what kind of a vehicle do you need to move one of those?
Right.
They break down, right?
I don't know, like how
The
much.
larger ones I know for sure break down.
Okay.
We've got one of the old style at MagFest, and it breaks down into like 5 pieces.
Yeah, that's what I thought they did break down quite a bit.
Some assembly required, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it all depends on which one you get.
All right. The only new one that I think is cool is up at north of where I live. They have at this resort right by my grandpa's cabin. They have this small little game room, and they have one of these shorter, like it's probably maybe 10 feet. It's one of the newer skee-ball machines, but it's called like Beer Ball or something like that. It's actually got an LCD screen above it, and it's kind of cool. I like the idea of it saving scores, and even though it's newer age and it's not as long, like it wouldn't be my first pick, but it's kind of in terms of the newer ones, it looks pretty cool.
Beer Ball.
Yeah, there it is.
I happened to be looking at them when you were talking about it, so.
Either that, I was going to say,
pink one with yours.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, we should be having a skee-ball tournament or something like that then at.
Well, shit. Well, that's what we
Fest.
did at Gorf. That's what we did at Gorf Champs. Is we had like a little high score competition going, like me, Sean, Dan Reed, and like a few other dudes, and we were playing that more than any other game the whole night because it was like you'd take turns and you just pound beers.
Oh, we could totally have a little mini round robin tournament. It wouldn't take no time at all.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Put a little wager on it maybe, and penny a point.
Penny a point.
Cool. Okay, Jimbo, go ahead and pass it along.
I gotta pass it off. Brian's out. Buffett went. You went. Carrie went. Yeah. Oh, I guess it's just Andrew.
I didn't
All right,
go.
buddy.
I didn't have an answer right there.
Yeah, Buffett didn't go. He didn't have
Buffett didn't go.
Oh well, Andrew's going Buffett. So
Okay.
I'm sticking with my answer.
Okay.
Besides, Andrew looks like he's about to fall asleep. He's got to be spent anyways.
Spanish is a good word for it.
Oh,
Let's see. Yeah, so I think probably a tapper. It's funny because actually Marble Madness came up on my list too.
Wow,
But,
three of us.
I've got something that all of you are just longing for. I love it.
Yeah. We long for your spinny balls, Jim.
Yeah, they light up too.
Your blue ball and your red one too.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know where to go from there.
you work one side a little bit too hard. Leave the other side a little lonely.
yeah.
That's right. Well, they both could be worked in bad ways. I don't think they should be red or blue necessarily.
Yeah, so tapper. There you go. That's my answer. That would probably be a little bit of a project.
Yeah, they're a little bit more expensive, right? Tappers.
Yeah, that wouldn't be like a restored one.
Yeah.
But that would mean for $1,000, you should. I think you should be getting one that's in like at least working in complete shape. Actually, I remember playing tapper at a bar when I was a little kid.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like we were like the kids in the back of the bar, like in the middle of the day, like on a way up, like on a Saturday, like all the drunks at the bar, and we're lining up playing tapper in the back because they had an arcade game there, and it was probably the closest one to my house. When I
first started learning to program, one of the first things I did is I made a tapper. It wasn't a tapper themed, but it was a tapper game. But you were a video rental store, You actually grabbed DVDs off the shelf and threw them down to the customers rather than pouring beers and throwing them to customers. Yeah, that was one of the very first games I ever made to learn to program. There you go.
I was waiting for that one, or I love that story.
Yeah, I love that story. That would have been
Nice.
a good one.
I like that like my antics with the sounds have kind of become like earworms. Like people just like expect it. Like why didn't you play that sound? Like, you know me better than me, apparently.
Doesn't 1UP have a bunch of tappers too, like back in storage?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think they moved him out of upstairs. Last I saw, or last I heard, we'll say. Yeah, I think they moved a lot of the stuff that was in.
Yeah, I saw they moved all their Donkey Kongs.
Oh,
yeah, well,
I saw that too.
Yeah, stacking them on their side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling jokes to John about that, about like he's standing up on top, like he should be throwing barrels off the top of a stack of fucking Donkey Kongs.
Kegs.
Yeah,
kegs.
Pure
Yeah.
kegs.
So Brian says Crazy Climber in the chat. So that's his game. He's been yearning for one for a while.
I would think you could easily climb up for that, but I don't know.
I think so too. Yeah, Crazy Climber. That better be in really nice shape.
Yeah.
Is that one that comes?
Brian, thanks for sharing that with us.
Is that one that comes up very often? I don't see Crazy Climbers coming up for sale very often.
No.
No, but it's not that particularly like an extremely valuable game. $1,000 seems a little bit steep for one.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you could say the same about Rockola stuff. They don't come up like every day either in every part of the town, and like, but they're not valuable games.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, rock holes used to be worth nothing.
Right. Rare does not mean
They
valuable.
still are worth nothing. It's these fuckers that think they got themselves a gold mine because
Nibbler.
Sean's talking it up, or yeah. Like the price check thread that I was talking about, the dude's like, I saw one listed for $150 on untested. I've got an eyes and a warp that aren't if they're working. And I'm like, oh my god, do I like? It was like clickbait for me. I'm like, do I respond to this thread or not? Finally, I was bored at work. I'm like, fuck it. I'm like I can tell you right now, it's not worth $150, and that one that was listed didn't sell for $150. It's like
because you bought it, right?
Really, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, if you search the history of Clav, the for sale stuff, you can see that 90% of the time what's posted, what the listing price is not what it sells for. It's just like it was such clickbait for me, and it was I don't even know how I found it because it was posted like 2 weeks ago and no one responded to it. So I don't know.
What's a problem with the little subforums like that is that people have to get used to going there and using them.
Yeah, that's kind of like the chat about anything subforum. That's about the only one that I have started getting into. But anyways, I digress.
I love that
say
story.
You two, yeah, I love that story.
I love that story.
I
love that it ends in a little laugh.
Yeah, you have to keep that in there.
Yeah, you do. You totally do it. It's
So I'm gonna use this moment to say it is now time that you guys tell us your epic adventure that went entirely according to plan.
No, Buffett still got
to go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Buffett.
I'm telling you what, Jim, you just don't want me to talk at all tonight.
I'm passing it to Buffett.
So, well,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. So, Jimbo, why don't you use my sound effects any? You don't ever use mine, Dad, man.
You mean of your actual voice?
Yeah.
Like those? Oh, I'm waiting for the right moment.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
That's it. But no, what I was thinking about was trying to find a Star Wars that doesn't work with either I'd like to see the 25-inch amp in it, but for $1,000.
A 25-inch? So a cockpit then?
Yeah, I'd do a cockpit upright. I'd probably do a cockpit over an upright just because I like it better, I guess.
I don't think you can fit a 25 in an upright.
You can. It's hard to do, but you can. But yeah, I'd like to find a Star Wars with a.
Wouldn't the bezel cut that off?
Well, it does, but yes, you can put it in there. But yeah, that's what I'd like to find.
The more you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Star Wars right now, non-working, are starting to go for like $1,500.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'd like to find it with an amp, but a 6100 will do.
I've had several offers on mine.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
No, but even a 6100, like a non-working Star Wars, were $1,500.
Yeah, they've crept up. The last couple that sold that I've sold around, that not I sold, but I've seen sold around here went for give or take 500 to 1,000.
Too late.
I know, but it's
Between
still
500 and 1,000.
Yeah, I've seen several of them in the last, I don't know, year and a half or so go for between 500 and 1,000.
Yeah, I don't think they're going for that anymore, though, with the new movie that was out and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, it was the same way with Tron. They came down after the movie subsided a little while.
Yeah, there's gonna be a new movie.
Yeah, but there's
every
gonna be
year for
more
3 years.
movies. Yeah, there's more movies coming, and a Star Wars land at Disneyland and everything. I don't think it's gonna go down anytime soon.
No,
Bring in the logic probe.
I've already got the Tron, so I'm not worried about that.
I've had several people. Several people have offered me $1,500 for one of mine non-working already.
Right.
Busted again.
Yeah, I need to get them fixed. I've got a bunch of Tron board sets here, but I need to get them fixed.
No, I'm talking Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff. I wish I did. Like I said, that's what I'd like to find. So, even if it didn't have the monitor, I'd still like to find it. So. All right, well, I guess I'll let the epic story come to play. How about that?
It's just a story. It's not epic.
It always is with Carrie. It's always epic with her.
I know you are, but what am I?
All right, Carrie, you on?
Oh, you want me to start talking? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was going to let Andrew talk, but that's all right. I can start. I guess I can start it. Andrew, should we tell it from the very beginning, kind of? Well, we could do like a brief recap.
Yeah, we could do a brief recap. Yeah.
Brief recap. So it would have been back in January, I think, that I had our tale takes place.
How is that a deliverance?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Wait,
It just seems like the right
Did
thing
someone
to
get
do.
Yeah.
In a manner of speaking.
Is anyone missing teeth? Yeah.
No, but with a lower headshot could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We can turn it into deliverance if we work hard enough. All right, so back in January of 2016, I was down in the Ozarks. Yeah. No. I had spied an ad for Forgotten Worlds, and after a couple months, or a better part of a month of dancing with the person who had it, ended up.
Well, we can say his name now.
Yeah, yeah. Skip.
Just so you rubbed my face, right?
Yeah, no, the Skipster.
This is the story of Skipper.
Yeah, exactly. Skipper, the Skipster, Skipper Rooney, Skipola, Skipper Dipper too. So yes, it took a while. So actually, it was kind of funny because Skip was selling this for her brother, and for whatever reason didn't know how to do the website to list it. I don't quite understand. But when I showed up, the brother was on a road trip with her husband, and so when I was trying to negotiate, it was with her who was talking to him, and it was pretty funny, and partly because when I first dealt with her, she was like, well, they'd offered it for one price, and I was like, yes, it was an incredibly cheap price, and I said yes, and I'll take it, and then ended up where there were further negotiations. Oh, we've changed the price, but she was pretending actually to be that her brother was like an associate, like, oh, I'm sorry, but the seller has raised the price.
It was a total bait and switch feely thing. It was like, here's a Forgotten Worlds for free.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna do is be the 7th caller. And it was like, yeah, then.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. So it was a little. So whole and with very slow responses, and so it took a long time. It took like a month. So I think I picked it up in February. It was Super Bowl Sunday that I went and picked it up, and then of course for Andrew, he had been negotiating with all of this of, do you want me to do this? I can pick it up. And he's like, I don't know, shipping. And so he said, hey, I got to get a second game. If I'm going to ship one, I might as well ship two.
That was it, yeah. So like we got the Forgotten World, so it's like, all right, well that's cool, so we can get that shipped out. That's not a problem. But hey, if I can find another game in the next week or two or something like that, so something reasonable short length of time, it'd be like, all right, well, as Brian knows, who can't talk, but as Brian knows, it's much cheaper to ship 2 games than it is one, or very little difference in shipping 2.
Yeah,
it's like ship one for like. Yeah, for like $380 and ship 2 for like $385. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So the search is on for a second game from Northern California, where the land of cheap games. And I ended up finding one in Southern California.
Yes, you did. Which I did
road trip.
Into a work trip so that they pay a hunk of my expenses. So that was like, okay, that makes it a little more workable, and it was all going to plan. Actually, I had a lovely time. I went to 2084 that Saturday, and then the next day I went to Joel's house. And where it had met him there and his wife and his dog and his kids, and got to hang out and have a beer and play in his arcade, and it was super. And then on Monday I had my work meeting, and when I came out of said work meeting, I discovered that I think intentionally someone put a roofing nail in the tire of my rental vehicle. And decided that before I drove back to Northern California, I better take care of it, even though I was kind of in a rush to get back because I was afraid that would be bad going up Highway 5. And as it turned out, the luck continued to be kind of bad in getting that tire fixed. The
nail was in the sidewall, and you can't fix that. You have to replace the whole tire. Yeah.
Right, yes. So I go to the tire place, and actually I found out later, because it was a rental car from Alamo, and I found out later that what they should have done actually is just charged Alamo, that they have an account with whoever it is, Les Schwab or Big O or somebody like that. But the person apparently didn't know that. So first it was, okay, we'll repair it. And I run over to go get some lunch. And then she calls me, we can't repair it, it's up too high. Okay, what about the spare? Oh, wait, the spare is in the body of the truck under the pinball machine and the floor of the thing. So
in a not entirely lightweight pinball machine.
Yeah, exactly. That I wouldn't be able to unload in order to have them take that tire out because I was by myself. So I end up needing. So what ends up happening is that I buy a new tire for it, and that Alamo then is going to reimburse me for. Which was nice of Alamo, that's the way it worked out. Their other offer was for me to drive it to an Alamo dealership, but then I'm like, there's no way. I would have had to spend the night, so I just was like, I'll suck it up and just put on a new tire. You guys can reimburse me. But yes, that ended up being a pretty foobar day, which really, I think, in retrospect, maybe I don't know, does it feel like there's a little bit of a pallor, like there's a little filter of unhappiness that's coloring our. Telling the story.
I know. Well, what should be a happy tale of glee and delight, and it's got some downs.
Yeah, so that's coloring. In fact, you can go back to the episodes where we talked a little bit about some of the experience in the machines, and I think we were both a little more bouncy and bubbly. We're tired. I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
First time I saw you on your camera, I was like, "Oh, he's wrecked."
When did you guys get back from your trips?
Well, why don't we get to that?
We'll get there.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, so I just
2 hours
Still,
ago.
I'm still
Yeah.
on it.
actually that's
Right.
things that everything has taken just a little bit longer than expected on all of it. Like, me getting delayed by
That's fine.
5 hours in Southern California while they had to get a new tire sent in for me.
Well, even your actual meetup date that was delayed a little more
A
than
few
a
weeks,
few
right?
hours.
Yeah.
She's still talking about getting out of Southern California with a pin, but yeah.
Yeah, no. So yes.
So that was
anyway,
done. Yeah.
That was So we've had the 2 games, and shipping was on the horizon.
On its way, yeah. It was like gonna happen, and then I think the week that it was really quickly after the pin happened. It's like, all right, now it's time to get this sorted out, and then something else happened. Because then the lunar lander came into the picture.
Right. Yeah. So then my buddy Andy finds a lunar lander.
Andy!
I'm not queuing it up. No, I vow not to. I started laughing, and I'm like, I don't think anyone else on GAC chimes in.
Yeah. So he finds a lunar lander, an empty cab, actually that somebody that he'd done some board work for had for sale, and so this person was willing to kind of hang on to it and was not in a hurry. I think he'd listed a couple of empty lunar lander cabs on MacLeod.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question came up. Andy had suggested, like, hey, maybe meet up and like halfway and swap. So then I floated that idea by Andrew, who said, hey, yeah, that's a possibility, because the fellow with the lunar lander cab, I guess, occasionally came into Denver. So it was the thought was that maybe he could come by and drop it off with Andrew. And so then we started does this, what's the timing, and does this make sense? Now, mind you, for all of this, perhaps we'll call this the golden era of Carrie's Arcade, because then I had the benefit to me in all of this, other than, doing favors and making my friends happy, and maybe incurring a little bit of good arcade karma somewhere along the line. Although I've had some good arcade karma, so I can't even complain. Maybe I was just evening myself out. I did get to spend some time though enjoying the game, so I was in no great rush. But obviously my garage has been a wee bit crowded. But I've had fun, and I like both. Despite what John says, I think 34K has excellent taste in games. At least the ones that I pick up for him. Maybe if he would have suggested something shitty, I'd be like, oh no, actually I can't make that trip. Sorry. Okay. Oh, it's just over in San Jose. I don't think I can actually. So I get my sorry, my daughter just came home. Hi, honey. Totally distracted me. All right. So where am I? So we're trying to figure it out. And finally, we say yes. We're going to make this happen. I called around and tried to find decent rates for trucks and things like that, because now we're dealing with two games and not just one game. And I can stick one game in my car, but I can't stick 2 games in my car. So, hey, Joel just missed his part. Damn it. He can comment when he sits down if I've told any lies, assuming that he was listening. So we finally get it, and we set a date, which was a month ago.
About a month ago, yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, hold on just 1 second. Why don't you take over for a second?
Sure. Yeah. So we set a date.
So I haven't had a chance to even take it out yet. There's tilapia.
She's still talking.
Live on air.
Ooh, tilapia. That's good.
So we set a date, and then that weekend, it was literally the Friday of was when the huge shit snowstorm hit Denver, and that was the one where Crafty, we were talking about this about a month ago, where Crafty was talking about they got like 2 feet of snow down at his house. He's about 30 miles south, and then up in Wyoming, there was like a 45-car pileup. The black ice. It was just like, maybe this one's not such a good weekend. Mm-hmm. So, I think Carrie was actually standing in line at the truck rental place when I texted. I said, so.
Yeah, we happened to be texting this. We were doing a little text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Friday, and it was like, it's looking kind of shitty in Wyoming.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, you need to make a
Fucking
decision.
Wyoming.
Yeah.
I mean, ducking Wyoming.
Ducking Wyoming.
A ducking place is ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's a little inside joke.
So, yeah. I had to make the call on that one, and just say, look, that this just don't want to do it. It's just too creepy up there, and it might be fine. I'm sure I could make it, but my worry was I was bringing my dog with me, so I didn't want to get trapped on I-80, someplace in Wyoming. That'll be funnier in a minute.
That's a good prelude.
And trapped on I-80 with the highway closed in like a snowstorm with my dog in the car with me, and yeah, that just sounded like that was Kansas, the other direction, north, not east. But yeah, so I made the call, and then so we figured, all right, so we'll push it off for a week. And the next weekend, the weather looked great in Wyoming. It was like in the 60s and sunny, which is like pretty darn good for spring. And then the Sierras got fucked. Basically, Donner Pass had a shitload of snow, so the California crew made the decision to.
Yeah, that one I called off. No, can I just add, since we're making this the realistic version of all of this, as opposed to the with the rainbow happy sunshiny glasses on, that I realized that each time we canceled, I had to take a vacation day because I'd already gotten I'd already taken the day off. I canceled the doctor, so I burned a vacation day the first time. I burned a vacation day the second time. I also each time had to find subs for me because I teach on Saturdays. Although I was at least able to teach my classes, because the people who sub, nobody ever wants to sub. So that made it easy. They were like, canceling, sweet. So, but there's a lot of. Let's just say I was arranging for somebody to come and help me. Come and help me. Ultimately, and we did actually make this game exchange happen. So like he's off and on each time. Like there was just a lot that went into this whole production. I'm sure on your end too, because you were coordinating with Wyoming, Andrew.
Yes, yeah. Right. So then the following week you were traveling.
Right, yeah, so I couldn't do it because, actually, this goes back. So when I first picked up the pin from Joel's house, welcome, Joel, and you can please add into the portion that we've talked about on your part of it. Sorry, I'm finishing off making dinner right now.
What are you making?
It's coconut crusted tilapia, and I'm just mixing up the salad.
That sounds like you're making pound cake.
The anvil?
That was a terrible joke. That was not even funny.
So when I'm just going to just keep talking. So when I had gone down to get the pin, I'd said I'd made this into a work trip. So I came up with some reason, since this is being recorded. I won't say bullshit reason, but actually it was good, and I did need to go down there. But it reinvigorated a project that one of my staff who had recently retired was on, and hold on, shit. The dog is being bad. So it reinvigorated this project because I went down for this meeting, and this was all good. Good work will be happening as a result for people of the state of California as a result of us doing this game exchange, but. It also resulted in me needing to go to this conference down in San Diego for several days, which I just talked about last week, actually, that I'd gone over to 2084 at the SC3 and all that, and that was fun. And then I was in a conference for days. But anyway, so essentially it's funny that it actually circles back to the reason that we couldn't do the game exchange is because I was obligated to go to this conference, which was my way to get my original trip paid for. So we couldn't do it the weekend before last. So finally this weekend, the weather was nearly thunderstorms for me. Rain all weekend and thunderstorms. And we were going to meet up in Salt Lake City
when we had looked at places, a true middle of between us, between me and the San Francisco Bay Area and Andrew in Denver, a true middle section would be like some middle place in Nevada. And so we decided that
the Wyndham, Nevada, or something. It's like almost on the border with Utah, but yeah, something like that.
So we decide instead, I go a little bit farther, and we can meet up in Salt Lake City. We can go to an arcade. We researched arcades, found one, found a dog park. That's because I was also then between all of this, between when we first talked about this and then when we actually did it, that's when I got my little beast, Zadie. And I couldn't leave Zadie home alone, or I'd have to board her, in other words. So it was a two people, two dog road trip. So so we were not thrilled about the rain because we were planning on meeting at the dog park where then the dogs could kind of run around, meet each other, get some exercise after being stuck in our respective vehicles all day. And although realized my trip was 2 days. So anyway, so we did okay, is it really going to happen? It's really going to happen. It's really going to happen. It's really going to happen. So that was exciting. Remember that happened?
That was, yeah, oh my God, all right, fine, we're going to do this thing, actually, yeah. Build up to a weekend and then actually make it happen, as opposed to like build up to a weekend and just be like, oh, I look like the left side of Jim's Marble Madness.
Yeah.
You always will, in my book.
So yes, on a Friday morning, we were giddy. I was giddy. Got the truck. Gino, again, giant shout out. He's Mule on Clav, M-U-E-L. Awesome local collector, and he came and helped me load up all of this stuff into the box truck that I had rented. And I managed to hit the road probably 4 o'clock-ish, maybe, between 4 and 5, closer to 5. So I'd hoped to leave early because I wanted to avoid the Bay Area traffic, but that didn't happen. So, but it wasn't actually as hideous as it could have been. But so my journey was a 2-day trip because from me to Salt Lake City is close to 13 hours, no stops. So I guess about 12 hours with no stops. So I decided, especially with the puppy, I should just cut it into 2 days. So I left on Friday, especially since we were going to try to do things on Saturday and have some fun.
Yeah, we're supposed to go to go to an arcade and hang out, and yeah.
Exactly. We had such hopes and dreams.
We had hopes. We had dreams.
They're shattered.
So Friday, I make my trip and I stop at in Lovelock, Nevada, where the hotel was not all that it was cracked up to be, and it wasn't cracked up to be much, but that's okay. It got me through the night. And the next morning, Andrew and I are messaging about the timing and we need to be there, and it seems like we're pretty close to on track. We would be getting there in Salt Lake City at about the same time. I ended up getting a little bit
about 6, I think, is what we were aiming at.
Yeah, and I think I was going to get there about 6:30-ish by the time I got
Nitro,
there.
nice.
So yeah, that would be pretty good. We'd have daylight for dogs to run around, go potty, do the thing. So yeah, I think we had a good, and then we could go to the arcade. We had a good plan.
Yeah. And
it was, I was approaching Elko because I remember that we ended up talking on the phone when I was in Elko, out in the pet show.
Right. Yeah. So let me actually like jump in because like your part of the story at this point is relatively just driving on the highway.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that Saturday morning, woke up early, got everything packed up, got the dog packed up, jumped in the van, and headed up. And so I had to make a stop because the whole thing of like the cabinet getting dropped off in Denver never happened. So we decided that I would just go up to Cheyenne, which is a little out of my way. Normally you wouldn't go through Cheyenne heading out that way on 80, but that's okay. So I had to pick up this cabinet to make the whole deal work. So drove up there, met... Oh, look. Someone's in a casino.
I've been waiting for this.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna try and mute this shit.
Do we need a Dave intermission? Oh, I guess not. He's still talking.
He can buy 422 Bud Lights now.
He's talking, but he muted himself.
Hey, I've done that before.
Wait,
So,
am I still muted?
Oh, no, now we can hear you.
All right. I $60 buy in No Limit Texas Hold'em, 32 players. We split 3 ways, $422 each.
422 Bud Lights each.
Yeah. It was nice. It was nice. And part of my thing for splitting it was because I wanted to get back home and do the hangout. Am I nerdy or what? All right, so I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna.
You're just sentimental. You're sentimental, Dave. That's the kind of guy you are.
You know, I don't want anyone to feel bad. I don't want to take all their chips. I'm gonna mute myself, and then you can just see the video. And then here we go.
And now he's going to do push-ups in the casino.
Nice. Yeah, we can just stay on Dave's video for this. I mean, watching us talk isn't that exciting. So
depends on your perspective.
Right. Well, okay. So I pick up the game. I met Dennis up in Cheyenne, who's a collector. He's got a huge collection of games at his house, and he's got a bunch of projects. And so, sure enough, he had the Lunar Lander there. So picked that up from him, slid it into the van, and headed off down the road. So I should say that as I was pulling, so I was driving through Colorado. The weather, I was wearing shorts. The weather was beautiful. It was sunny. There was a hint of rain maybe somewhere in the air, but the weather was great. Pretty much the moment I crossed the Wyoming border, within 5 miles, it immediately started getting foggy.
Oh yeah, because that picture.
Yeah.
That looked like...
I don't know how I could share this because I only have them on my phone, but so the only time I've even seen fog anywhere near this thick is when I lived out in California, like on the coast when the fog banks roll in, and it's just like, it really is just thick as shit. It's just a crazy how thick it is. It's not just hazy. It's just like basically there's a wall, like it was like 3 or 4 lines on the road ahead of you. You know, the dotted lines in the middle. So it's just you can't see shit. And it's wet, so you get your windshield wipers, and you're like staring forward like crazy, just looking for like lit up taillights so you can slam on the brakes and not hit someone who stopped. Anyway, so that was my introduction to Wyoming. Picked up the game. It was cold as fuck at Dennis's house, so I ended up putting pants on and putting my sweater on. So I was like, you know, got to bundle up a bit, and that was fine. Loaded up the game, got back on the road, got back on I-80, and back into the fog. And the fog stuck around pretty much to Laramie, which is usually the city. That's a boring story. So stuck through to Laramie, which is the first big city you usually hit. And then it cleared up a bit, but then it turned to rain. And so it's fine, like whatever, you're just driving. And then between Laramie and Rollins, the fucking fog came back, and it was back down on the interstate driving 35, 40 miles an hour, probably for about an hour. And then that was when I called Carrie the first time.
Does that suck?
It does. And what was crazy about it actually was not just that it was fog, but it was high winds and fog, which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, usually you think high winds, it would just blast the fog banks away, right? It would just be gone. But no, it was like an hour of driving in this shit where, like, you know, you'd see the fog clouds just blasting across the road. And of course, in the van, you can feel it because it's just basically
a fucking Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yes, it was fucking terrible. So, yeah, and Wyoming is known for its high winds. So Wyoming, it's like, you know, 35-mile-an-hour winds. That's like normal. And they were like wind gusts up like around like 50. So it's shitty and windy and foggy all at the same time, and raining. So that was fun. Drove through that for about an hour. Then it cleared up, kind of somewhere around Rollins, which is the next. Wyoming is just like a bunch of shitty little. Fuck you if you're from Wyoming. I don't care. I-80 is like 4 little tiny shitty little cities, all spaced apart, about 150 or so miles, and they all suck. They're like little tiny crappy things that are they're like a truck stop and a fucking McDonald's, and nothing but like shitty weather in between all of them. And if you guys like heard our Grinkers stories, which some of you guys have heard, like fucking Wyoming. So bad weather, you can
staying away from that state.
Right? Yeah. Bad weather, no big deal. Like whatever. Sorry. So I call Carrie and I'm like, look, I'm gonna be a little bit later just because I'm having to go slow here. I can't see anything. I really don't want to wreck. So I'm gonna be a little bit later than I thought. So we gotta touch base on timing. No big deal. It's like whatever. We'll make it there. Might be a little bit later. The dog park might be closed. You know, it might be dark, but you know, we'll make do. We'll still make it to the arcade, and this will still be fine. And then I got to after Laramie, Cheyenne, Laramie, Rollins, and then the next shitty little town is Rock Springs. And about a half hour out of Rock Springs, the van fucking dies. So right as I'm coming up on an exit, the throttle starts fluttering, so the engine's not getting fuel, it's not getting spark, it's not getting something. And so I pulled off the highway. Luckily, it was right at an exit, and shut the van off. And I figured, well, it's been raining like crazy. Who knows? Maybe something got wet, you know. So I pulled the game out on the side of the road, well, on the off ramp, because the engine's underneath the back in the Volkswagens. So lifted up the engine cover, like checked stuff out. Everything looked fine. They hadn't like blown a spark plug wire off or something stupid like that. Checked the fuel pump. Everything looked fine there for the connections on that. You know, checked all the basic stuff you can do on the side of the road, and basically gave up and said, "All right, fuck it, I gotta get a tow truck and get to whatever the nearest town is." The nearest town happened to be Rock Springs.
God, when I found out about that, my heart just sank.
Yeah,
nothing is going right.
I know, right? So I was like sending people like just like a simple text message of like a picture with like no message at all. It was just like the first one was like the shitty fog. It was like, oh god.
I don't even have a sound I can explain like all that.
Yeah.
And maybe I don't know if this is going to show at all. I'm trying to find like a place.
That was pretty awesome. I'm like, you can't even Photoshop.
I mean, all right, so you can see how many dotted white lines in front of me. It's like
Uno.
One.
Yeah. So it was that fucking thick, and it's nothing but just white in front of you. And so you're just like paranoid as fuck, just like staring in, looking for taillights. My windshield is cracked.
Not exactly.
So yeah, so I was sending. It was totally safe of me taking my cell phone out and taking pictures of this while I'm driving in this crap, right? Not necessarily safe. So the next picture after that I send is this, which is.
You know what? Not to shed any light on this because this is a pile of shit, but that tow truck seems to have got out there pretty quick.
Oh, dude, no. If you ever break down in shitty ass fucking Wyoming, and I'm not even, see, I feel like a certain thing I should be apologizing to our Wyoming viewer, but you know what? Fuck you. Fuck your whole state.
Because between the time that you said that you're on the tow truck, and that you had called, I'm like, because I've waited for hours before for a fucking tow truck.
Yeah, and that's what I was prepared for. Actually, all right, so if you break down in shitty ass Wyoming, and you happen to be near Rock Springs, give me a call. I can give you the name of the best tow truck driver in town and the best mechanic in town, without a doubt. So, yeah, that tow truck driver, he showed up. So I was 30 miles away from town, so roughly 30 minutes-ish away from town. He showed up 45 minutes later.
Fucking A, that is prompt. I mean, that's about the only plus that came out of Wyoming.
Yeah. No, actually, I met good people. I'm not disparaging the people so much as I am just this whole fucking state.
Yeah, it's a state.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, duck Wyoming.
Yeah, ducking Wyoming. So we tow it in, and there's one mechanic in town that's open on a Saturday afternoon, and it's what is it, like probably 4:15, 4:30 when I finally get to the mechanic. And now the engine, you guys care about this stuff, but the engine would crank, but it wouldn't fire. And so normally, so for your car guys, you'll know that like there's like kind of two main reasons why, or well, three reasons really, but like two main reasons why a car won't start. It'll crank but not start. You gotta have fuel, and you gotta have spark. You also have to have air, but like chances are you've got air. So as long as there's not something obstructing or something weird like that, it'll start. It may run like shit if something else is wrong. It may die after it starts, but it will fucking start if you've got those two ingredients. And it wouldn't do that. It just sat there cranking. So my first thought was this is going to be an easy fix. It's going to be like, the relay for the fuel pump. It's going to be a break in the fuel line someplace that I can't see. It's going to be bad coil for the ignition, so no spark. It's going to be something really simple. I'll be back on the road in an hour, maybe 2 hours at the worst. Not the case. Get there, test the van. It's got great fuel pressure. It's got great spark. It's a Subaru motor in it, so it's OBD2. So we hooked it up to a scanner. It's throwing no codes.
Holy fuck, Andrew! I have the exact same problem with my fucking Scout right now. I shit you not.
Fucking weirdo. So I get my buddy who did the engine swap for me on the phone, and he's a fucking awesome guy too. Like I have nothing but like happy things to say about all the people in my life who made this weekend not completely fucking suck. One of which is on the call here.
Nice save.
So yeah, my buddy who actually did the engine swap for me, he got on the phone. He was talking to the mechanic in Rock Springs, who was awesome. Kevin at RS, that's for Rock Springs Auto Repair or something like that. Kevin, I know there's no chance in hell you watch this, but he's a good guy. So yeah, like nothing. We tried everything we could think of, and finally, as just one of the random things pulling shit out of our ass, it's like we checked the injectors, and the injectors aren't pulsing, which basically means there's great fuel pressure to them, but they're not getting the signal from the ECU to actually shoot fuel into the cylinders to actually let the magic happen. So we tried a bunch of different things and couldn't get that to work, and at like 8:30 or so at night on the day before Mother's Day on a Saturday, 4 hours after he's supposed to close, we gave up.
Ugh.
So I was stuck in Rock Springs. At that point, like once he gave up, it's like, all right, so there's no way in hell he's coming in on Sunday, which A, he doesn't work on Sundays, and B, it's fucking Mother's Day.
Oh, man.
So the van is locked up in his garage, so I'm there Saturday night, guaranteed. Sunday night, guaranteed. And even if I wanted to get the van out, the one U-Haul, like a truck rental place, I was like, well, fuck it. If I could tow it back to Denver or tow it to Salt Lake, or who knows, rent a truck, drive to Salt Lake, and then drive get the games from Cary, and then drive back to Rock Springs and hang out there. Nah, U-Haul's closed. They're not open on Sundays in Rock Springs.
Fuck.
So it's like there's like nothing I can do. It's like, hello, I'll be in Rock Springs, so I got a hotel.
Oh my gosh, does that suck?
Twice.
I had to play it. That's the only soundbite I have that makes sense.
Yeah, no, so that sucked. So then it was like, all right. So Carrie, at that point, I've been keeping her informed, and there was actually a point where I should backtrack just ever so slightly. We did actually get the van running.
Yes.
At one point. So after we towed it back to the shop, it fired right up, and I drove it into the stall at the auto shop. So at that point, I was thinking, oh, everything's fine. Let's scan it for codes. Let's look for obvious stuff that maybe is fucked up. But
yeah, you were like,
running.
I think I might be on the road in like an hour. I'm like, holy fuck, sweet.
It was like I was gonna be there, and it was like, oh shit, it's everything's working. The sound's great. And like after I'd pulled the the lunar lander out and done all that stuff, so I shut the engine off after everything was looking great, and we didn't have any codes, and the van had been running at that point for like 15 minutes. No misfires, no nothing. It was like running like an angel. So I shut it off and went and packed up all, packed my dog up, packed all the shit up, put the lunar lander back inside the back of it. Went to start it after giving Kevin at RS there some money for his help, even though he didn't do anything aside for scan it. So it's like, here's some money for your time kind of thing. We were gonna part ways, all happy, and went to jump in and start it, and boom, wouldn't fire up.
But it was turning over, right?
It was cranking, but it wasn't firing.
I'm having the exact same fucking problem, Andrew. And mine actually started up to drive it home from the mechanic the first time, and then when I got in my driveway, it fucking wouldn't start.
Intermittent shit like that is the worst.
And it happened to me on Mother's Day too.
Oh God!
It's fucking crazy. It's exactly what happened to me this weekend.
You're crazy, man.
It's nuts.
I like you, but you're crazy.
Well, what are the chances that two of us have the same fucking problems the same day?
So Arcade Danger, you're in our YouTube chat. He's throwing out stuff. I'll get to what actually is going on with it in just a minute, and I'll tell you at the very least that you're basically correct, although maybe not factually correct. So,
what would you do Sunday?
Another cliffhanger. Ooh.
Another cliffhanger. Well, I gotta pass the baton now because at this point, I'm telling Carrie, this is where I'm at. I am going to be in Rock Springs for the rest of the weekend.
Right.
Forever.
And it's raining and shitty outside, by the way.
Remembered. Nice. My little sandlot. Shout out. I have
the beast remains attached to those chains until he can break free and kill again.
I really wish Sam was in the chat right now. Sam would really appreciate this Wyoming story.
Yes, Sam.
Yeah, damn it, Sam.
I love that story.
So I'm in the middle of nowhere in Nevada. Yeah, we end up doing the is it on? Where are we doing? What's going on? And actually, I think where I had called you. At one point we spoke I think it was before there was a decision. I was like, okay, I'm at this point where either I take a right to go to Salt Lake City or I take a left to go to Wyoming, and then that's when we had to make a call.
We had to make a call at some point, and it was like, she's like, well, I could come meet you in Rock Springs, and I'm just like, I can't make that call. I mean, at this point, I am in Rock Springs, and whatever you do, holy fucking Sam!
Sam, spoke up.
Sam, have you been hearing this whole fucking story?
Duck, Wyoming. It's a pilot ship.
That would be it. Yeah. So yes, we basically we talked it out as to and it became. I think we made but didn't we make the call even before we knew that you were going to be stranded there? That the only way for us to that's right. That's where we were. I needed to make the choice. Do I go to Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
Do I go to Wyoming? This was back when it had died and then was back at the mechanics, and and it was hope, and hope was dashed and despair was in the air.
Right.
So we talked, and it was the hope was that maybe they'd get it going, and then you would just start driving towards me, and we'd just see where we could meet up, and we'd make it happen there.
Right, yeah, if magically this is we're still at that point I think we were looking at the crank position sensor and the cam position sensors maybe being the reason why it wouldn't fire. And if we could maybe do a sensor swap, then this is totally a thing that might make sense. So yeah, at that point there was a little glimmer of hope. I was feeling really positive, this could totally be it, and I might be on the road. It'll be late, but I'll be on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe we can meet someplace in the middle of where we are now.
Precisely. Yeah, which would be at least be closer to me, and which would be better, because for me, part of my issue is I really needed to be back to work on Monday, and my drive from Salt Lake City was to be 12 hours, no stops, which really means really best case scenario, 14 hours.
Right.
So I'm like, I can't, anything like that. So I'm my Sunday was going to suck. It was going to suck bad because I was going to have all that driving to do. But I really needed to get back on Monday. So then we talked, and it just became clear to me that I was just either I turn back around and go back home and keep those really fantastic games. or I say fuck it and accept the fact that I will not make it back to work on Monday because it will be another 2-day drive. And
Jimbo needs a drum roll.
Oh, he's making a double Manhattan.
Another one. I'm having one too, but not a double. Especially I'm so tired. So it was like, what the hell? You know, we've been trying for so long. You got to get these games. And at this point, the truck was rented. There was already a bunch of money that was being spent on the per mileage and all that. So it's like, fuck it, we're gonna make this happen, and they'll deal at work. And they will.
Is this Saturday you're talking, or what?
Saturday, yeah.
Okay.
Saturday. Because our plan was to meet up Saturday night, spend the night, and then in the morning do the game exchange, and then go to breakfast, exchange games, and then hit the road in our opposite directions. Yeah. So that was Salt Lake City. That was the original plan. It all seemed so simple back then.
So simple back then, yeah.
So simple back then. So it was like, so on Saturday, whatever it was, 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock, it was like, well, fuck it, we're making this happen. So yeah, because then that's when we knew that you were stuck there. So yeah. So I had to Andrew, and I forgot what it was. It was another 200 miles basically. It was 200 miles from.
Sam just made it funny. Did you read that?
Like meth. Sam wants to know if we picked up any new hobbies while we're staying in Wyoming, like meth. I still have all my teeth.
Yeah, yes, you too. We weren't there that long. It might have felt long, but it wasn't that long.
It was a really long goddamn weekend.
It was. So, yes, it was. So I had there, and I think I arrived at the motel around midnight 30.
Yeah, it's like 1:30, 12:31, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the voicemail you left for me was like almost exactly at 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I get to the room, and I knock on the door, and I see this big old shaggy dog head that I recognize. Having seen your handsome boy on the arcade hangout many a time. So yes, he's looking at me, and I knock. And Andrew doesn't answer. And I knock again, but I don't want to be too loud. And I got one little boof when I first walked up.
From the dog, yeah.
And he was mostly doing this. And then he'd walk over.
Like peeking through the shitty curtain. I get that, yeah.
And then he'd walk over towards the bed there, and then he'd walk back, and he'd do this at me again, and I knocked. So finally, I tried calling, and then the message that.
Yeah, you could have been a meth head.
How tired had I been one? So I called him, and he didn't answer. So I left this voicemail. And by the way, it was fucking freezing there. I spent that entire weekend cold. I don't think I got warm until some point in Nevada, maybe California.
Oh no, the hotel room was like baking hot.
Oh no, that's true. The hotel room was roasting.
It was like 85 degrees inside the room.
And no air conditioning.
Because the air conditioning didn't work.
Of course.
Yeah, because
why should it?
The thermostat didn't do anything. It was there on the wall, but it was turned off and nothing, and yeah, it didn't make a noise, but it was fucking hot as hell in there.
Well, yeah. Double tape to the.
It was the smallest damn hotel room.
It was the shittiest, smallest little crappy hotel. I mean, shit was falling apart in the room. The faucet, when you turned it on and off, the whole thing moved.
Was that the Days Inn or whatever?
It was the Days Inn, yeah. there was a film of just mildewy crap all over the shower head.
Oh no!
I thought it was. You think it was mildew? Yeah, it was kind of mildew. I was thinking it was also lime scale.
I don't know. I didn't touch it.
That's what she said.
I just stood underneath it and just trying not to touch the walls of the curtain.
There was one tiny little bar of soap.
Yeah, they only give you one bar of soap.
That's why you guys needed those Manhattans, to get fucking shit-faced so you wouldn't mind it as much.
Well, the first one, tired. It was like very like, hey, night. Yes, there's itty bitty bar soap. Realized for the entire thing. So if you went to take a shower, you needed to remember to take it from the sink, from where you were washing your hands. And this one little bitty bar soap.
Just a bitty.
So it was a classy joint, and a broken hairdryer.
Yeah, the hairdryer didn't work. So this was like it's one of those really kind of awkward things too, right? Like when you check into a shitty motel, and you know it's a motel, right? But like they all can be shitty, right? So Best Western can be shitty or it can be okay. Red Roof Inn can be totally shitty or it can be okay. Or you just really kind of never know what you're gonna get with one of these places. And when I was in the lobby, I was just like, I'm exhausted. I need a fucking room. They allowed pets.
So right now you're in Mordor. If this is Lord of the Rings on the road, you're basically, you got through the Black Gate and now you're in Shitville.
Yes. This is like bad stuff. So it's like the most important thing was that they took pets. It's like I can bring my dog in here.
And many hotels, for those of you who don't know, have a size restriction.
Right.
And it'll either be 25 pounds or 50 pounds max.
Right.
And Louis is
160. So yeah, no, I mean I walked into the lobby with him, and like the guy behind the counter was like, "Oh yeah, you're totally welcome. He's fine." It's like, all right, perfect.
Bonus.
Yeah.
For $50 a night.
Oh wow, that was cheap.
That's almost cheaper than a Motel 6.
I got a discount from the guy at the mechanic. Gave me like a coupon for some kind of discount on it. So like normally I can't believe spending a penny more than that for that shitty ass hotel. But there was like a discount thing on it. So what do you do? Like so you rent a room and then you walk in the room and you're just like, holy crap! Like looking around, you're like, what the fuck? And then what do you do at that point? I've got a dog with me. I've got my bags. I've got like if I leave, it's like, all right, I gotta go stand outside and wait for a cab and take me to another shitty motel. Yeah, you're basically. So I kind of felt pretty much and I was exhausted, and so it's like, what the fuck?
All you can do at that point is grab the ankles.
Right. So I ordered a Domino's pizza and then promptly fell asleep on the bed.
Just ignore the blood stains.
I'm not.
Wait, now did you ordered pizza, fell asleep? Did the pizza come while you were asleep then?
I had snoozed for a few minutes. The pizza came. I did wake up when that knock happened, and then
ate that and then food coma.
I had like two or three pieces of pizza, and then just fucking I had a movie going on next to me in the iPad, and just fucking fell asleep.
And done.
And when you woke up, that pizza had fucking crawled away by itself during the night.
It went into the ventilation shaft.
This place.
It found its way into like the AC unit.
Actually, I will say, the Domino's pizza, that was good pizza. It was delivered fucking piping, smoking, like burn your roof of your mouth hot. So, I gotta say good things about the Domino's pizza in Rock Springs.
Some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on.
That's what I'm trying to get in. And and I'm like, I end up calling and leaving him a message because it goes to voicemail, and I'm staying outside, and I'm fucking freezing because I have my little California light jacket, and I didn't know it was expected through Saturday. It was supposed to be sunny on Sunday.
What time is it?
1 a.m.
1:30.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 in the
I just checked. You actually, your voicemail was exactly at 1 o'clock.
There you go. Yes, and I'm like, open the door. I think his message something like, leave me a message, and I'm like, I don't want to leave you a message. Get me out of here.
Answer your fucking phone.
And my phone was dead because Wyoming also kills cell phones.
Oh,
it's a phone killer.
Because you're in and out of connections to the phone, like commit suicide trying to constantly connect to a network that doesn't exist.
Also, it sucks out the battery.
It kills the battery, yeah. So my phone was actually like on the table, kind of across the room, so I didn't hear it. But I did eventually hear a knock, and then I jumped out of and like ran over the door. Yeah.
Because I'm freezing, and I'm like, okay. Oh, and then I can see at some point, like Lou keeps walking over to the bed. I'm like, oh, he must be there and asleep. So then I'm just like, fuck it. So I just start pounding on the door, and I see Lou, like I'm like looking through the drape, kind of like Lou, I'm doing this. So that's me. And yeah, into the palatial. He ended up very rightly dubbing it the kennel. Because it was his giant dog, my little rotten puppy, in a really tiny room. Like a bigger room, it would have been okay. They would have had some room to kind of move and bounce around. But it was, by the end, our room smelled of dogs. So
it did. Yeah, I'd be surprised if I don't get an additional credit card charge from this place. Which I will fucking fight.
It just says, all it says on there is dog smell.
Dog. Just dogs.
Dog. Just dog.
Yeah, there's that woman with housekeeping that was scared.
I need a new air freshener for my car. There's new car smell. I'm going to go with dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's actually that slightly wet dog, too, because it's raining outside, so every time the dogs go outside, they get wet.
Constantly. Can I just say, so I'm traveling with Zadie, who's here.
I know that dog.
You're doing it was you. She jumped into your arms.
She did.
So I'm on the way there. Of course, I'm having to stop.
Jack, we're still telling this fucking story.
Holy shit! Oh my gosh!
The episode of the arcade road.
It's an adventure.
Yeah.
Come on. Well, to be fair, this is like a 4-day journey.
Well, it's taken place over. Essentially, it started. I started this from the beginning and wanted to talk about some of the bad luck that's happened with all of this along the way. Although I will say, no bad luck associated with Forgotten Worlds. Forgotten Worlds, Mike. But you realize it didn't start back in January that we started this saga, and we're now. So it deserves a little bit of including.
Absolutely.
Although now we are getting towards the end of it. So. In fact, you wanted to take it.
Sure. Yeah.
Wait,
so
a
we.
quick refresher: does he actually have games in his possession in the story yet?
No.
Oh shit!
They basically just met up.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
In Wyoming, not Salt Lake City.
Yeah, we're in Rock Springs, Wyoming, which is about 200 miles shy of Salt Lake.
Okay. All right.
Which is where the van broke down. I don't know if you got that part of the story.
No, I did not.
Yeah. So the van broke down.
That's yours, the VW.
Yeah, the VW. Yeah.
Oh shit.
So.
And the mechanic doesn't know how to fix it.
And the mechanic can't fix it, and I'm not mechanically inept, either at cars too. So I was actually the mechanic was super cool. He was letting me hang out in the bay, helping him working on stuff, getting the van, and yeah, the guy is awesome. So yeah,
he's like, fuck it. If I'm going to work after hours, you're working too, dick.
There actually was a funnier story, but I can't. Fuck it, they're not gonna watch it. So while I was there, he had one of his assistants was working on a different car, and the car fell off one of the lifts.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
No.
So I did help him also pull that car back on the lift and work and stuff. So there were some good times. So yeah. Anyway, so basically we were stuck there. So that was Saturday night. We basically just passed the fuck out.
Yeah.
And
1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or what?
It was probably 2:30. We probably chatted.
2:30ish. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had to, and you had to help me unload all my crap out of the basement.
Yeah.
I had, Zadie sleeps in a crate for now, so I had my crate and the suitcase and all the miscellaneous crap that her duffel bag and. So yeah, and then we stayed up and we chatted a little bit. So, but it was probably 2:30 in the morning.
Oh man.
So we finally go to sleep and both passed the fuck out.
Just out, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. I know. I'm texting them. I'm like, hey, when are we gonna have a Manhattan? And they're like, oh.
No, it's no cocktails. Just sleep.
We should have done a live Hangout.
We could have actually. I will say that there are little positive nuggets. The internet connection actually at that hotel was pretty good. I mean, it was fast enough that it loaded Netflix almost immediately.
Porn was streaming so quick you couldn't deal with it.
Well, I think the thing was that it was so good because there was besides us, maybe 3 other people in the entire fucking motel.
Yeah.
No bandwidth issues.
Yeah. So yeah, there was no one clogging the bandwidth.
Because we had planned on meeting in Salt Lake City, where we figured alcohol would be difficult to procure, we had talked about bringing alcohol. So I brought I brought the makings of Manhattans, hence the Manhattan theme this evening. So I brought to like woo! I grabbed a bottle of scotch because I'm like, okay, beer would be great, but you need to have it cold, and I'm gonna be driving for 2 days. Although it was so cold out there that it probably would have been cold. But anyway, so I was gonna like, oh, I'll grab a bottle of scotch. I'm like, nah, fuck it, I'll grab stuff from Manhattan's. That'll, how can't be fun. So I had like a shaker, but and full size bottles too, because I did it last minute.
Hey, that's what this is. This is my second. I've cut back on the trips to the kitchen. I just make 2 or 3, and then it's just all ready to go. I don't even have to leave my chair.
There you go. So, yeah,
lazy ass motherfucker.
Anyway, so that's why we were talking. We talked about Jim was like, you have to send us a picture. You have to send me a picture, a selfie.
I want drinks in hand. Yes.
So we did do a couple of them.
Yeah.
I was very happy.
Yeah. But not the first night because we were both exhausted. And so then Saturday, I don't know if there's nothing all that much to.
Sunday was nothing. Like we hung out, we chatted all day, we watched a movie or two, we went out and had a really shitty hamburger and a French dippy kind of thing in the smokiest, ugliest, dirtiest, nastiest casino fucking. because all the other restaurants were closed at like 6 o'clock.
Is that a $500 chip?
They closed at 6. Oh, look at Dave. He's super excited. That's awesome. Woo!
All right. So I bought in roulette. I bought it for $100. I cashed out for $335. So now I'm leaving.
Who's the lucky stripper?
Oh yeah, baby! Where are these whores? Whores! I got
whores?
Three black. I got three black whores. I'm walking through the hallway.
Oh my God, he's so loud.
Are you here?
You're in the men's room, aren't you?
No, I was walking through a hallway with nobody, but I bought it for the $100 for the roulette on the way out because I was up with the NOLA and Home tournament, which I split 3 ways for $422, a $60 buy-in, and now I'm up $200 for the roulette. And
that's what I call a bonus.
I know but I'm like so geeky. Like normally I would just stay there, but I want to come home and hang out with you fucking losers.
Yeah, well the way
not losers.
No, we're doing you a favor, Dave. We're saving you from putting all your money back in the casino. You're gonna come out a winner.
I know. All right.
A winner, and I can see your wiener.
We're gonna get the live audio with the woman in the.
Is she black? Because that's all I see right now.
Nice.
Or where is he sticking the camera is the other thing I'm wondering.
Nice nostrils.
I'm cashing you out, Dave.
Hi.
I like the sound of that.
That stack of chips.
Large bills are good, please. I like large bills.
There's a joke in there somewhere, too.
What a player.
I like to cash out large.
I love how I'm presenting a black screen.
It's like a pastel black. It's beautiful.
Sorry, the black midget hookers like the big bills.
Thank you.
Oh wait, that was Joel, right?
That was Joel, yeah.
Look at that.
That's gonna buy a lot of fast food drive-through on the way home.
Oh God.
And about 300 Bud Lights.
Yeah.
All right. So are you looking at me or are you looking at the casino?
We're looking at you.
All right. Here we go.
We're looking at where you're pointing the camera.
Fuck you, Jim. I'm hammered.
I love you, Dave.
Maybe should I play this other roulette table? Let's see. I'm going to give you my numbers are 21, 8, 27, and 28.
He's gonna go drop 500 on red right now.
And all I see is a blur of neon.
No, I don't. Oh! I'm getting yelled at by the.
Dave's really pointing us at his vision. That this is what he sees things as.
Yeah.
I've been that drunk.
That was Green Fest for me.
Dude,
Right.
That was Green Fest Thursday night and Saturday night.
So there are so many people playing the money wheel. It's like the Rain Man wheel. I mean, it's like ridiculous. It's just the fucking wheel. All right, here I'm walking. All right, here's the security guard. This guy needs to go on a diet. All right,
Wait, kidding.
I've got a
okay. And then, all right, then we're gonna go to the waterfall. Oh, I can win that cheap. Win me, win me, win me.
Dave, I want to go to a casino
Dave,
with you.
is Dave gonna send me an email like 3 days from now saying, "Can you please cut this shit out of the show"?
Yeah.
No. This is all right. This is entertainment. Fuck, dude, you can't script this.
Well,
This is fucking good shit. Oh wait, hey guys, we are gonna walk by an arcade. Okay, we're gonna walk by an arcade, which is arcade hangout related. All right, I will do the John Jacobson tour of the arcade in the casino. Okay, here we go.
We really need to get our own shirts made so you can be representing this show and not John's show.
Okay. Oh wow, people are really killing things in Terminator Salvation.
Ooh, that's a good game actually. That's a really tough game.
I love that game. We had it where I used to work. And
Holy shit, Seabart, where have you been?
I was stuck. I'm doing side job for a friend, and
Whoa, side jobs is that? Oh boy.
relax. I was only milling wood and then hanging doors.
Was that an original Miss Pack there that you just swung by?
No, that's the Galaga region.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Yeah, no one would want to own one of those, right, Andrew?
Look at them. This is how they bond on vacation.
Do you know these people?
I do not know them. No, I do not know them.
Oh my god!
You gotta tell them to get a life.
Give them some tips and be like, "Hey, focus!
This is a
Come on, you
live
guys."
video feed. YouTube arcade classic.
It's going viral.
They love it. All right, I'm gonna scoop into the corner here. So I get a better fucking view.
You gotta get their
like
names.
Totally in their sight range. Get
the fuck out
like
of my way,
standing in front of the screen.
Who's this dirty old bald guy?
Yeah.
Stand down a little bit.
What a creeper!
Forget the ceiling.
See, about to make
I
an
really wanna play this
indecent
game.
proposal.
Okay, we can play Big Buck HD Wild.
That's a hard game.
Does that thing take hundreds?
Negative.
Does it take chips?
Look at this. Look how big these prize. I mean, nobody wins this shit. This Namco fucking claw game. Oh my god. What's this? This is 2 tokens. Tokens are probably $1 a token. All right, here's another drop the hook.
Those look like Dippin' Dots.
All right. Oh, look at this fucking air hockey table. That's kind of crazy.
Is that like the kid-friendly one?
Right, yeah, it's like tiny.
All right, and what else? We got Star Wars Battle Pod, which just fucking looks cool as hell.
You should
Oh
be playing
wow!
that.
I didn't know that they made a version of that was
Yeah.
outside of the actual pod.
Yeah, that wasn't the
Dude,
environmental one.
look at the
Yeah,
controllers,
that's like the
dude.
showcase version.
Dude, this is nice. I
Dave,
might have
offer
to
him
play
like
this.
$500 for it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna take it.
All your
What else
winnings.
we got Fast and Furious Super Bikes. And look, because we got a Batman that doesn't look like it's working.
Oh, that's a sweet game though.
This one's working. There's one right next to it that seems to be working.
Again, that's
And then-
not like the environmental, like the full-on. With a
Then we
bunch of
got
cheap
Mario
skates.
Kart.
Mario Kart's cool too.
That's
And then
fun.
what the hell is this? Bling King. It's like the apple pies from fucking McDonald's. That's the way that.
It totally is. That's a good
I'm like-
analogy. Look
I'm
at that,
like,
it is.
What the hell do you win?
Fuck. You win apple pies.
Oh no, you win. Okay, you win
Probably-
Pop Rocks, Airheads, Skittles, Nerds,
Ooh, Pop Rocks.
Fun Dip. Oh,
Yeah,
dude, I wanna
Andrew,
play
that makes me
on
think of the package I sent you for.
Oh.
So you win
it.
camp.
Okay. Oh, then we have movie
Yo,
stop.
Pop
where
Rock.
you can-
Pop Rocks.
where you can win a DVD, I guess. Movie stop, win, and it's $1, and you can win a DVD that you can download for free on the internet with Chinese subtitles. Okay, there we go. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean, Lincoln, Hobbit, The Blind Side, which is fucking 12 years old.
Right.
After Earth, which I've never seen. Okay, where we're gonna go past that. Oh, all right. The people playing Terminator are now playing the.
They want you to record them.
Yeah, they're on the air hockey.
Yeah, they want that.
Like,
Yeah,
can
so
we sign up for a
Where
whole
are you guys
season?
from?
Model releases.
Queens, New York. I used to live in Astoria. I lived there, 5 years. Hey, Queens, both of you? Staten Island. I still get my taxes done on Steinway, dude. I love it. I love Queens.
He's
Took the
bonding.
N
What
train
a
to work.
guy.
Right.
Kind of funny.
He's the magic man.
The playfield kind of freaks me out, though. Oh, she's not happy. All right, she's gonna try and beat him.
Are you sure that guy isn't related to you?
No, he's got the same haircut as me. I don't have any hair under this hat either, man. We got the same haircut. All right. Now we're gonna go. We could go to the newsstand, which but I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay. This
you can drop out. We'll
Cut the feed.
I think get all Griffin on us.
All right. If there's any children under 18, please close your eyes right now because we are walking in the men's room.
Please exit the premise.
If you've never seen a urinal, there he is. Hey! Okay.
Excuse me while I
A lot
whip
of
this out.
stalls. I'm the only guy in
Hey,
here.
yeah. Oh.
Oh. So many flush.
Wait, get ready with the mute.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh, he turned. Oh, he's left. He must have accidentally hit the button.
That one dude in there reminded me of Uncle Fester.
A very young Fester.
Yeah.
The teenage Fester.
Okay, let's go back to the road trip here.
And where were we?
Yeah.
Well, if we get into that, I'm going to have to get out. So.
When last we left our intrepid travelers.
Yeah, I was gonna leave early.
Be sure to tune in next week, kids.
Yeah. Should we leave it as a cliffhanger?
I need quick notes.
But so
No, we could totally do that. Just be like,
I think we were talking about the sorry, I just said my dog. We were talking about dinner and that every place closed, and it was funny because we would. There was one, yeah. I think a lot of it was things are closed on Sunday.
It was Mother's Day.
Well, but no, yeah, exactly. Which means the restaurant should be closed because it's Mother's Day. Oh shit! Hold on. No.
Well, good.
yeah,
Have a nice evening, Gak. I gotta go, guys.
All right, Buffett.
See you, Buffett.
Buffett. Buffett leaving.
I know. I got a stupid work. Why can't you grow an ass?
That sounds so
All
good.
right.
We can just sound like
We can dance, everything's out of control. We can dance, we're doing it from pole to pole.
Sing it, Buffett. Do it.
That's it. Doing it full, baby.
Wicked ends. This is one fucking full Manhattan. Holy balls.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I filled that one to the brim.
Manhattans. Oh my God.
Yeah, watch it.
Don't worry. This is the last one. It's only 4 for the night. I'm going to switch to beer after this. I'll be fine.
You get drunk and have a good time.
It's going to be a grand time. It's not going to be vodka-rific as, what was that, 3 weeks ago?
That's cool.
Where I learned a valuable lesson.
That's it.
Actually, listening to that show was like it was like a time capsule because I could document exactly where I was way over the edge. I skipped. I went in hour increments, and the first hour I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good here. Second hour I'm like, ooh, I'm getting a little tipsy. Third hour I'm like, I'm a mess. And boy, I regret saying that. What were you thinking?
Well, you think about that. I'll duck out, and Crafty will come in and update on things that I want to see. So.
Oh, nice.
Right on. All right, Mike Hill. It's good seeing you, Mr. Buffet.
Yeah, man. See you guys later.
Peace, dude.
Hey.
Later.
Bye, Buffett.
Out.
All right, so we were talking about the food of Wyoming, and so a lot of places I think were closed on Sunday. Is part of it. Not because it was Mother's Day, but
It would have been no different than Salt Lake City.
Right. Yeah. Well, but yes, it would have, because we would have had a bazillion more choices than the one little strip of unhappiness. Although I do have to say, when I was leaving town, I saw that La Quinta was actually situated by a mall, so we might have actually been better off there. But
if I had known, yeah, I definitely would have said, yeah, take me there.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other point too. I got a ride to the motel from the mechanic. So he was like, yeah.
Baby, come.
He was like, "What you doing for the evening?"
No.
I can't find my car. I'm just fucking with you. All right, what drive-through? Do we have any requests? What drive-through should I go through? Because I'm fucking hungry.
How about something like East Coast specific?
Something gut-wrenching.
Oh God! We should go to Jim's Steakhout, which is.
Do you have a Zaxby's there?
No.
You have a White Castle or Whataburger?
Fucking dude, I would kill for a White Castle right now. No.
He's got a gun.
No, not now. I don't have a gun. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me make sure. No gun today.
Oh God.
No, I'm thinking maybe I should go Buffalo Local, which is Jim's Steakout, which the steak is unbelievable, and they're open till 5 a.m. every day.
So this is a drive-through steak?
Well, no, it's not a drive-through, but I can order it, and then but the drive-throughs, that's more exciting.
Order a Domino's, so when you get home, it's there, and just wolf the whole thing down.
Oh my God, that's a good idea. I don't have to go anywhere.
Exactly.
I'm so flush right now. Yeah, I'll pay cash. Oh my God, that's a great idea. All right, you know what? I got the perfect time where I'm gonna order it. So, like, I pull in my driveway and the Domino's guy is coming up. I know what I'm gonna order. All right, gentlemen and ladies.
It already sounds like you're like talking through like the fucking drive-through.
So dinner in Wyoming on Sunday night. So everything, a lot of things are closed. It's the Sabbath after all. Yes. Although us sinners were hungry.
So I didn't catch this part. Did you drive out there solo, Gary?
Yes, but no, I had my dog with me. I had Zadie.
Okay.
So I had because oh shit! Actually, sorry, I locked one of my dogs. And I'm trying to. I washed the carpet this afternoon. Come on, Joseph. Oh, here's Joseph. Come on. Good boy. Ladies, stay this way. Good girl. All right. You're a call coordinator. So yes, that's the other thing. If we tried to leave the hotel, we had to deal with the dogs. And how the dog, leaving them in the hotel room, and would they be okay? And the ultimate answer was we tested it, and yes, they were fine. And I think it was rainy that day too. It was rainy and shitty, just like it was all weekend.
What do you mean that day?
Right. Yeah.
The rain didn't stop until we left.
Yeah. So it's very true. So yeah, Sunday night we go. I had passed by this place next door called Marty's, but then there's also a bar next to it that's called Bombers. But it seems to be popping. It is where everybody with the diesel truck is, and they all have diesel trucks. So
do big black smoke belching diesel trucks, and they floor it every chance they get.
I heard big black. Then I just shut off everything else.
We still have some in our.
It's a good band, actually. Big Black. Nobody? Anyone?
Black.
All right, never mind. It's a good band.
Excellent.
It was a good try.
I see that, and I'm like, oh my God. I got the hotel. I'm like, I'm so excited. We have some local color here. We are right next door to the place to go for dinner. And so we go there to check it out, and we actually step into Marty's, the restaurant portion of it. And it's like fluorescent lighting, the saddest looking salad bar that I've seen.
Oh, it's like, yeah.
It's
like what is it, Golden Corral or something like that? Like some really shitty buffet-y kind of nasty.
But that was just a salad bar. I mean, it was deep.
Yeah. It was like set up on like 2 6-foot tables. Not even like a salad bar. It was just like It was
like a folding table.
Yeah, they're like folding tables with like bowls of lettuce and shit like that on them. It was
95
terrible.
Mother's Day salad.
Yeah.
Day.
And they were running a Mother's Day special.
Yeah, we were like,
Oh,
no, we looked
no.
at it, like, So that's when we decided to walk, and that's when we discovered that everything was either closed because it was Sunday, or we walked into one restaurant, it was a bar/restaurant, and we were kind of looking quizzically at each other because we talked about food in the restaurant. And so the fellow who's sitting there, he's sitting there actually, says, "Can I help you?" And we said, "Food?" He goes, "Oh no, we stopped serving at 6."
Don't you know?
Yeah.
He said it like
What
"We
the
stopped serving
fuck?
at 6." What are you doing here talking about food?
Yeah. What are you new?
Yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, fuckface. Some of us
yeah,
after 6 o'clock.
He recommends. He gives us directions.
You must be from out of town.
Yeah.
He gives us directions to go to this other place, and so
Don't eat here.
and so we're like, okay, great, thanks, which we probably won't go to anyway because then we would have to walk back to the hotel and get into the vehicle to drive there.
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 miles away, something like that. Yeah.
It's, rental van. Now, partly it's I have to pay for every mile that gets put on that, although not very much. I got a good rate on, but still, you're mindful of burning miles, and also I'm not super comfortable driving that thing, although now I'm like a little mini trucker. But as long as I can go forward, the reversal makes me nervous.
Yeah.
But going forward, I'm a fucking rock star at this point. All that van had been through. So I really also didn't want to have to, because you have to figure out where you can park the van, the box truck and all that kind of stuff. So it was better to walk. So anyway, but as we're leaving the restaurant, bar, hotel thing, because all the restaurants pretty much are associated with the hotel there, we run into a couple of people walking up in the parking lot, and they're like, "Oh, are they still open?" Or and we said, "No, they stopped serving at 6." They recommended, and then whatever it was, the brew pub, and they're like, "Oh my god, yeah, they're terrible. Their burgers are bad." So it's like, okay, great.
Because we're not. I mean, if you gotta go to like the land of like cowboys and steaks and meat, right? And someone's telling you the burgers are bad, you don't go to that place.
No.
You're right.
Right? It's like. If you want a good meat, steaky something or other, you go to like Cowboys, and no.
I don't know why I keep flashing on the movie U-Turn. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
That
Yeah.
sounds right.
Fucking quit talking about steaks and meat. That makes me hungry.
You want to hit something, boy?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I could sirloin right now.
I think his car broke down. Yeah. He's in a shitty town.
Yeah.
He's stuck there.
It was a very similar story.
So we walked the strip to see what's open, and basically we come down to the Chinese place that is immediately ruled out.
You're laughing about the Chinese food in fucking Wyoming.
I was gonna say, that's what you think of when you go to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Wyoming's finest Chinese food.
It was like Chinese food and American food. It's like they had to make sure that American is also in the title.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was both.
Because otherwise, I'm sure they got a brick through their window every night.
Yeah.
Get out!
That's right.
So, yeah, so get
out of here on your Toyota.
Only come to your knees.
They're cute, they're cuddly, they're ready
to please.
I love.
Sorry, I just spilled Manhattan all over my leg, so I'll be right back.
Oh, you wasted.
Don't waste alcohol. That's party foul.
Clocked out. Yeah.
You totally clocked out. I thought you just listened back then. So we end up going. Oh, he's back. There you go. Yeah, we're wondering how you really clocked out. Obviously inadvertent, but you listened to us. So we decide that we would, because I'm still stuck on a local color thing, and like the camping fun of it. And you know what? Honestly, that was great. I'm so glad. I said that even before we left. I'm so glad we ended up there. I mean, it was shitty, but
oh, it's terrible. So we're standing at the bar trying to order. And the waitress called us honey and sweetie and darling and
babe. I was honey and you were babe.
She was about as tall as she was wide.
Yes.
She was sweet as can be. But like, so it's like, and they're
She was a
boasting.
sturdy Wyoming woman.
She was a very sturdy woman.
I think
She might have been used to wearing stirrups.
Well, I went on a walk at one point during the day because I was feeling very restless and I had a puppy who was bored. So I walked in the rain and I came back and told Andrew that the town smells of French fries and diabetes. Or type 2 diabetes.
French fries, diabetes, and lost dreams.
Yes, like they would just be our hotel room. No, it would be the whole town. But no, it was French fries and obesity.
Holy shit! We have Donald Trump in our chat.
Whoa!
All right.
We're still waiting for the question.
Mr. Trump, why do you have a dead ferret on your head?
Hey, I got a question. Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
That's another one right there.
I think he says he has the question, not he wants a question.
Don't mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Right.
Well,
2 months, I got you.
So yeah, so
Many Saturdays is that?
did you talking about the waitress?
Yeah.
Or bartender.
Yeah, Flo,
The
tell us
bartender. Well, it's so like the place is like they advertise themselves as being like a sports bar and grill kind of thing, and they have 30 beers on tap. So and it's just like Bud Light, Coors Light. It's just Miller
Dave
Lite.
would be in heaven.
It's like a fucking wall of like, yeah, you may have 30 taps, but it's all the same shit.
Lucky Lager, Lucky Lager Light.
Yeah, they had like one IPA. I don't remember even what it was from. I think they had Fat Tire. So Steve, you would have been happy.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, Fat Tire's okay.
It's fine. So I order a 90 shilling, and the bartender is just like, what? And I said, 90 shilling? And she's like, a 90 what?
Oh, no. Forget it. That's one Bud.
It's like
I'll take my tab now.
Said, fuck it and give me a Bud. But she sat there with a pint glass, going down the line going,
Reading all of them.
Found the 90 shilling and pulled it.
Wow.
It comes in
Get a little bit of dust off of it.
Yeah, I know. Is it all clogged from the dust or what?
That was the freshest 90 shilling ever. Never
Probably
seen
gonna tap it for the first time in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bunch of dust off of it.
Exactly. A puff of dust comes when she.
Right.
Whatever before the foam.
Yeah.
But hey, she went to work that day and she learned something, right?
She did. She learned that she had 90 shilling on tap.
She learned that. And
Bonus.
she the bartender, yeah. Or she'll say,
I'll drink to that.
Yeah.
This is the longest goddamn story, and actually, we're just trying to like evoke the weekend for you guys.
I love that story.
Really, it's just this is like what it was for us. We're just
I
trying
love
to bring
that
you
story.
along on this journey.
Yeah, just because it was seemingly hopeless and never ending.
Well, this journey fucking sucks.
Are we there yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is like the worst weekend ever.
Yes.
So, but by this time we do have a plan. I don't think that you've told them what the plan was.
No, right. So at that point, like, I had to make a decision, right? So the decision was I had to either decide to let the garage who had the van try and get it fixed maybe on Monday, maybe not, or tow it back to Denver.
Oh, shit.
You know what I mean? It's like I had to make a decision at that point. It's like, and I have to be to work on Tuesdays. Like, I called my boss on Sunday and sent her the text message with the picture of the van being towed, and she laughed and she's like, "All right, so it's like, well, I'm gonna need a personal day on Monday because I will be in Wyoming on Sunday and I cannot make it back until at least Tuesday." So I made the decision that yeah, I'm gonna tow it back. Like rather than roll the dice that they might be able to find someone who might be able to fix it, who might be able to get the parts, and so I was like, well, fuck it, so I'm gonna tow it.
Do we know what parts you need? Is it a computer board or something?
Right. All right. So after talking to my buddy here in town, Lucas, who again did the work in the van.
Lucas Barton. Does he have a Power Glove?
Oh, nice call. No, not that Lucas. So basically, all right. So I established about 2 or 3 hours ago in this story that the injectors weren't pulsing. So basically, what it means is that either the ECU is not getting the signals from the sensors to let the injectors pulse, or the signal from the ECU to the injectors is not working, and that's why the injectors aren't firing. So basically, either means the ECU is bad, or the wiring harness is bad. You guys probably don't know this, but the ECUs on Subarus are notoriously reliable. So right now, we think it's the harness.
If it's an intermittent problem, it's most likely the harness is wire just makes contact long enough, you shut it off, and it separates itself.
Like I said, so it could also be the ECU is having misfiring problems, but the harness seems like the most likely culprit. So something between either the signal or power wires for the harness, either between the sensor and the ECU, or the ECU and the injectors. So yeah, probably the harness. Not something that they could fix in Wyoming, because it is a Subaru harness, but it's been customized to work in the van. So, yeah. So basically, the plan is we're gonna tow it back to Denver, and then my brother calls me, and my brother's like, "Well," so he's in Aspen, and he's like,
he's
"Well,
a bro,
he's a total bro, yeah." And he's like, "Well, you know, he works seasonal up in the mountains, so during summer he's crazy busy, during winter he's crazy busy, but during fall and spring the town's empty, so he's basically goes on unemployment, which is a pretty sweet deal, twice a year for off season. So he's off right now, and so he's like, well, fuck it, dude, if you want me to come up there, I'll come up there. And I was like, just like Carrie, same deal. I was like, well, I can't make the call for you, but if you want to drive up here and
you owe people some favors, Andrew.
I know, I totally do, but it's like but the same thing. It's like I appreciate the offers, but I can't. It's like, thank you, awesome, super sweet, killer deal, but like I can't ask you to drive up here and fucking help me. So he decided to do it, but the deal was like his Subaru didn't have a towing package on it, and his only other car was a Prius, so I had to call my dad and ask him to borrow my dad's truck, and so he borrowed my dad's truck and drove up to Wyoming. So it was a 5-hour drive for him for the over the mountains and up to Wyoming. So the plan was he's going to drive up.
Duck in Wyoming.
He's going to rent. We're going to rent a U-Haul flatbed trailer because it's 4-wheel drive, so I can't drag it on a dolly. So I got to get it the big ass fucking giant car hauler trailer.
Oh man.
And we're going to drive. He's going to drive up there. We're going to load up the trailer, throw the van on the back, throw the games in the back of the van, and then trailer the whole bitch home.
Wait, so the games are sitting somewhere else?
Well, no, so the lunar lander is still in the van, and
no, it's in the box truck in the
well, it's in the box truck in the parking lot, but that's
it's
yeah.
on.
It's the same place as the van.
Yeah,
and
just because we had to load and unload that lunar lander several times over the course of the year.
I had to load it and unload it on the side of the road, load it and unload it at the shop, and then unload it and then load it into another box truck to hold it there.
Yeah, and the reason being that because Andrew is being extremely cognizant or sensitive to the fact that I'm driving here, and he knew that I needed to get back to work on Monday, and the only way for me to do that is if we had, or any hope of that really was if I got there late Saturday and then Sunday we somehow magically dumped off the games out of my van, got them into the tiny little horrible hotel room. Up a flight of stairs, and then I lander and then drive home, thus leaving him alone, stranded in
Wyoming. Yeah.
So you had to be upstairs too?
Luckily, it was on the ground floor-ish.
Yes, yeah.
Ground floor.
We always stairs. But it was, yeah, I never saw where there was a way to walk up, but there was a way to walk up.
So Lunar Lander did not make it back to California.
No, all right. So what the way it worked is that I was like Carrie said, I was trying to think ahead. So I knew the van was staying in the garage for the weekend.
Yeah.
So I talked the owner of the garage into letting me pull Lunar Lander out and put it in the back of one of his box trucks on the lot.
Okay.
And then that way I figured we could still get access to that. I can't get in the garage. The van I can't touch. But like we put Lunar Lander in a place where we can get to it. And my thought was, well, so Carrie shows up. If she decides to make it, then on Sunday morning, after she arrives, we can put the pinball machine and Forgotten Worlds in the fucking hotel room.
Nice.
We load up Lunar Lander from into her truck, and then she's free to go whenever she wants. And then I'll just sit there and play Star Trek on the floor of the hotel room. I'm not going to put the legs on. I'm just going to fucking fire it up.
This is the best. God, I'm so glad I got this game. Look at this shit. This is the
Assuming that we would have been able to find a.
You could have, Andrew. You could have played Star Trek while watching Netflix at the same time.
I can watch Netflix on Star Trek, or Star Trek on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, your fucking iPad could be this high off the floor, and you'd still be playing Star Trek at the same level.
Like sitting there, like Indian style, cross-legged in front of it, just playing.
I know exactly. You're like, this is awesome. I was like, hey, I love this. This is 16 candles. Yeah.
Yeah. So
good times.
It was very nice and thoughtful, and I don't think I ever said thank you for thinking of doing that, because I know it took some extra work on your part in order to set it up so that I would have the ability to just to drop off the stuff with you and leave, but I wasn't going to do that. But thank you for thinking of it. That was really sweet. So yeah, so there we go. Sunday we just killed time. Now we've killed time with y'all telling you about the smoke. Yeah, the
Rockies,
beer.
or what the fuck was the name? Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah, and the sports bar was a casino. They had like casino games. It was like Dave a second ago, except like lots more smoke. And I
hate fucking.
Well, I've always hated the smell of smoke, even as a smoker. But like going back into a place where it's like I haven't been in a restaurant or a bar or anything like that that's allowed smoking in so long. It was like walking in there was like
that's my only gripe. That's my only gripe with casinos. Is the fucking smell of smoke.
Hate that.
Yeah, no, and
if they didn't have that, I'd be like, let's go to the casino every week, but it's more like every 6 months now.
You go back to your hotel room and all the smoke's in your clothes, you can smell it.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, I will say I didn't really notice it. The place definitely smelled of smoke, but I don't remember seeing that many people actively smoking while we were there.
Really? Oh, everyone at the bar was smoking. The table to the side of us was smoking. Everyone over the games on the side of us was smoking. Maybe I was just dialed into it, but
you were also facing towards the bar.
That's true. Yeah.
And you might have been, and maybe angled a little bit more towards the gaming machines on what you right and my left, because I was pretty much, I had you and then the wall of televisions behind you. And
right. That's right.
So I didn't.
Jim's Stakeout.
well,
sounds
come
like
on.
a place for cops.
This is the PG show. I'm not gonna whip it out now. The Stakeout is for a private show.
Is that kind of like?
Oh, you're talking about the restaurant. Okay.
That's a steak in, stakeout, steak in,
Jim,
steak in, stakeout, horseradish.
Jim
I'll stake it out later.
Jim Stakeout, the sequel to Johnny Harden.
Well, it's kind of a solo film. There's no friends in that movie.
It's just Jim and a bottle of
the girls here do not want to be filmed. So they're looking at me like
it's just me in a no-name box.
I'm not going to film it.
So there's a steak joint open after midnight.
Do you look at a menu and say, okay?
They said it's open till 5 a.m.
Oh my god.
He's gonna whip out 100. Watch.
Yeah.
Whip out something.
Take 100 cheesesteak sandwiches.
I want to get a large cherry cola.
Cherry cola.
This is hilarious.
Hi, Dave.
That's good because this story needs more laughs.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I see $1 bills. That's depressing.
So, Carrie, when you head home, you headed home on Sunday or yesterday?
Monday.
Monday, okay.
Yeah, because Sunday we hung out. And basically because we couldn't do anything until Andrew's brother showed up on Monday, and the shop was back open.
Yeah.
His van was stuck in there, so we couldn't even do, like, you know, for just a moment it was like, oh, maybe we can, you know, rather than trying to get these machines up to the hotel room and then how does Andrew get them back down and all this kind of stuff. I was like, maybe we can just load them directly into, you know, you and I can move them into your van, but then the van, it turned out, was locked up in the room.
So you guys both got home today? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. No,
Yes, last night.
Well, technically.
Yeah.
Oh, middle of the night. Yeah.
I got home today, but anyway, so we'll keep going chronologically. So we get through Sunday, right? I don't think we have anything else to add. We've already made these.
Sunday, yeah. Dinner was the most exciting thing that happened on Sunday, and it was smoky, and the burger was shitty, and the beer was confusing to the bartender, and.
And your Manhattans were amazing.
And we watched 16 Candles and drank Manhattans.
Yeah, so then
and I watched 16 Candles the night before.
I watched Pretty in Pink.
Well, that counts for something.
It's John Hughes.
That's true.
It's a Brat Pack.
That's Brat Pack.
Yeah. And mind you, during this whole time, we were also dealing with the dogs. So it was
My daughter goes, James Spader is so ugly now.
Mr. Herman, you have a telephone call at the front desk.
Wow, we lost like 2 people. Sorry, I killed the whole show with Agent Herman.
Yeah.
Well, if certain people ever join this channel that we don't want in here, I can just queue that up and they'll leave.
So Sunday. So now that basically brings us to Monday,
right?
Where, you know, and again, you can't understand quite enough just how much we're also dealing with dogs. Dog smell.
Which was Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's my fun day. I don't have to run
on that Sunday because we couldn't.
Fun fact: Prince wrote that song.
Yes, he did.
Really?
He was courting. What's her name? The singer.
Apollonia or one of those?
No. The girl in the Bangles. What's her name?
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he was trying to fuck her or something.
Probably did twice.
I'll write you this song, baby.
Prince fucked everyone. He got his Purple Rain on top of everyone.
Nice.
It purple poured.
If you know what I mean.
All
right. Story time.
Yeah, we're derailing here.
No, please, we need these derails.
The 6-hour epic story.
It's a fucked up weekend, but the thing is, there's really not very many punchlines. It's just like a whole big long sob story of like, oh, this fucking weekend sucked.
It's the never-ending story.
Misery.
I mean, that's what we're doing, though. This is like if we were sitting in a bar, all of us sitting around a table, chatting about the shit at Grinkers, and telling the story.
I'd be hugging you guys all over the place.
Talking about. So it may not make a good show material, but it's just the way.
It's good for hugs and bromances.
Yeah, you experience it with us. We'll say that. And I have to say, my headset isn't working, so that's why I'm not using it. I'm sorry, I'm hard to hear. I know.
Actually, you're not echoing at all, though.
Oh, that's good.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're actually good. Fine.
Sweet. That's excellent. Every time I plug my headset, it doesn't work at all.
This is like an arcade adventure. You know, this is like the stories that happen.
And it was.
I love that story.
And it was, you know, it was. There were good things there were good moments that happened.
Oh, yeah.
The company was delightful. Like we could, you know, we
had a great time just hanging out and drinking and talking and.
Right, I wouldn't want anyone to walk away thinking that you and I were sitting there like, oh my god.
Just staring at each other over the crappy fucking pillow.
Just growling.
I hate you for making me do this.
I hate you. Give me my games.
So you're at the weird place where the locals like giving you the evil eye, or are they cool?
The stink eye.
Nah, they're all right.
Right. Well, although fucking so Sunday night, this is the part. This is the kicker to it all. So we get back to our hotel room, and there's 2 semis parked out in the parking lot, right? That are
like 50 feet from our window.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just like right there.
Just sitting there idling the whole time?
Idling the whole fucking night. Like a goddamn truck stop.
You dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a rest stop.
Remember what Andrew had said earlier about our hotel room being sweltering. So there was one little area, there were some louvers above the door. So they didn't have a window that opened. There were some louvers above the door, which I think
that was our transom.
Yeah.
It's all the exhaust fumes off the semis going in your room too.
We were probably stoned.
Yeah.
So, yes, this little bit, but like I would have had to stand in the chair in order to like, open those louvers, and it was just a little crack there. And I will say, if they were closed, it closed off the noise quite nicely. But it was.
Well, it closed off the noise just a little bit, but we needed the cooler air coming in because it was so goddamn fucking hot in that room.
Right.
Oh God.
2 dogs between the 2 of us. We had close to 200 pounds of dog.
Yeah.
In the room.
It's a lot of dog.
It's a lot
of dog.
That's a lot of dog.
Puppy. So she was bouncing. So she would jump from one bed to the other bed.
She was like bring, 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 bring.
Yeah. So
she's hyper.
And and try to get Louis to chase her, which there was no room. And then he would, and then he'd pin her with his big mouth or lay on top of her. And he'd get out from underneath, and she'd antagonize him again. Let's do it again. She'd So yeah, no, I mean they loved each other.
The dogs get along brilliantly.
What's up with the devil duster or whatever that's called?
The dustbuster.
Yeah, dustbuster. There we go.
I don't know.
That's like somehow inappropriately placed.
That was Joe Dirt. He was caught in a house. They were doing a defumigation over the house, and he was caught inside the house in a tent. So it was all like, as soon as you said, "Oh, he smelled all the diesel fumes," I was like, "Holy shit!" Just like Joe Dirt.
Right? Yeah.
And that was a red tent too. It looked like.
Yep.
Snap.
So Monday, I guess.
So we had this lovely night's sleep with the diesel fumes and the rumbling cars, and then my horrible little beast of a dog on Monday wakes us up early, and then I had to take her out, but that ended up being okay. But although not for me, because then I was awake starting at 5:30 in the morning until I got up. Needed to pee, but yeah. So Monday, go ahead and take it. Why don't you take it over? Because that's when your brother.
I need a moment.
Oh, okay.
I think you've got that moment. We can't even see you.
I know, right?
Are you playing a Joel on this?
It's a bowel moment.
So the Sunday morning we were looking at the game plan, and we'll go ahead and do that. We'll go grab something to eat, and then come back and exercise the dogs, and we're just trying to figure out how the day will go. And Andrew checks his phone, or then gets a call, I forgot which, from his brother, who was actually really.
And he said he was supposed to arrive at noon. That was the plan. It was like, all right, well, I can get
By the way, your brother has got to be the most loyal, loving brother in the face of this earth. Like
every
seriously.
person involved in this entire story, except maybe the confused bartender, are awesome, lovey people.
Wow.
Your brother, like Andrew, your brother is a mirror image of you, as far as I'm concerned. Like he just like goes to like crazy lengths to like help out and be a bro. Like
He's
what
a total
the
bro.
Fuck? Holy shit!
My brother and I are very close. We're very similar. We're actually the same exact height.
Wow.
So
Whoa,
we're like nose to nose, eye to eye. We don't look anything like each other.
Yeah.
Who's older?
Oh, really?
Carrie
can.
He's black. So I mean, first that threw me off at first tremendously.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say
what?
he's black?
Yeah.
I did, but you couldn't hear me well enough to get the joke. He's not. Because he said they look nothing alike, and so I was.
He's got like blonde. He's got blonde, straight hair.
He was born a poor black man.
Yeah. Right. Nice. We couldn't find the Jerk to watch. We wanted to watch the Jerk.
Yeah, but it's not on Netflix. Netflix sucks.
So he's exactly the same height. He blonde, straight hair instead of the dark curly hair, and he's like I'm
built,
kind of like thinner, I guess, and I have a very thin frame. He has a very thick frame, so he's like bigger.
So he's like a tank.
It's kind of, I don't know, tank, somewhere in between tank and me.
So he's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan, right?
No, he's not like built.
Yeah. He's like the 24-inch pythons. He's like the biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim.
Bam! So what time did he show up?
My pixelated arms.
So he showed up at like 9 o'clock.
In the morning?
In the morning. We were expecting him at noon.
When you said that your brother was coming, I'm like, holy fuck, that is the sibling that I want.
Yeah.
That's like if I called my sister, she'd be like, you're fucking crazy. No way.
She'd just sit there and laugh at you on the phone.
Yeah.
I know. She's like, what, you nuts? Still fucking you gotta figure this shit on your own. Yeah.
What a dumb shit fucking hobby.
Yeah, what are you, new? Who in the fuck do you think you are? Well, yeah, I'm gonna drive 1,000 miles to see you? Ha! You know.
I got clothes to wash.
Right.
I got cats to floss.
So he drove 5 hours from Aspen up to Rock Springs to bring my dad's truck.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then did you tow your van then or not?
Yeah. So we the first thing we did is we drove over to the lot with the van. We took the pinball machine and Forgotten Worlds, put both those in the van. Then started the van fucking up because it drove just fine. And then let it sit there and idle for like 15 minutes while we loaded the games and did all that stuff. Then we got the games, the Lunar Lander, into Carrie's truck. And there's actually kind of a funny story here about this, too. Kind of funny. The whole story's not really that funny. Slightly amusing, very annoying. So, whenever I've loaded games into the back of the van, of course, you just do it like from the ground, and you usually what I do is I tilt them into the van and then just lift them up and then just slide them in, like kind of coffin, slide them in.
Yeah, slide it right in.
Slides right in.
Fits perfect.
When we did the transfer from the Carrie's rental truck, the box truck, into the van, we kind of were able to sort of slide them, because I pulled the van up next to it, and we were able to slide them kind of across the truck. So there was no lifting. It was mostly just sliding the games around. Well, when we slid Forgotten Worlds in, we slid it in butt first.
Yeah. So how do you get it off?
You don't really think too much about. But I've never loaded a game in from truck to truck like that. So it went in butt first. So when we tried to unload it, what do you fucking do? It has to come it has to coffin straight out, but it's the top of the game.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like lift it and then literally coffin like one person either side and then put it down.
Yeah. Right.
So we put it in exactly the wrong way, exactly the way you would never put it in if it were ever on the ground.
Yeah.
So
you don't want to put it in the wrong way. That's painful.
We put it in backwards.
Don't put it in the back.
Ow! Ow! Ooh, ow!
Okay. So when we pulled the game out, I had to stack up dog beds on the ground because we unloaded the van still on the trailer.
Oh,
So it was
okay.
also an extra, I don't know, 1.5 feet, 18 inches, 20 inches, something like that, off the ground, so even taller than normal. So we had to take it off and then put it down on its head and then turn it.
Yeah.
That fucking sucked.
Oh yeah.
I will never make that mistake again.
Right. Well, and then and it's funny because that was the exact issue after you guys loaded from the box, loaded the Lunar Lander, and I was like,
Right.
Hey guys, can we turn it around?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Hey guys.
hey
Yeah.
guys.
But we were just like
turn it
moving and like
around?
like so much stuff and like lack of sleep and not thinking about stuff. I just didn't think about any of that.
Yeah.
It's like it all fits. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, and realize that
That's what she said.
I think it's
It all
just that we were
Look at Dave's food.
fucking exhausted.
Oh, I thought you said
Oh, yeah.
boob. I was all excited.
Oh, there's a 12:30 in the morning meal right there.
Right.
Why is it shiny?
Why do I see stars behind it? Oh, okay.
It's sparkly and shiny.
It's glorious.
God,
black
those
out.
fries look tasty.
I love how he has it displayed because he's just about to wolf it down in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I fucking miss French fries. God.
So do we put a timer on this? It's gonna be done in like 3 minutes, or what do you guys think?
I can't.
You know what? You know what? You guys-
They just eat stupid carbs. I'm gonna,
You guys
gonna
can
eat pizza. I'm gonna eat everything. And I'm just gonna be like, I don't fucking care. Give me this pasta. Give me this pizza. Give me these French fries, burgers. I don't fucking care. That's Brofest.
That looks so good right now.
Yeah.
It makes me want to have a Grinker sandwich is what it makes me want to fucking have.
Those are good goddamn
Stupid. Fuck carbs. They can just kiss
Pay
my
those
ass. I'm gonna.
every year.
I think
Brofest,
more
I'm gonna
fuck
binge.
diets that don't include carbs. That's just dumb.
I'm gonna fucking binge at Brofest. Fuck this. Like I've been implementing shit. I'm gonna switch to beers here pretty quick. Yeah, it's great. Hey, I'm having beers again. Hey, I'm slowly implementing. I had popcorn for the first time last week in 3 months, and I couldn't finish a small popcorn because I was so full. Like it was stupid. Like it felt stupid. It tasted great, but it felt stupid. And I'm just thinking, God damn, I can't wait for fucking Brofest so I can just like, people are going to eat pizza. Yes, pasta. Everything
You'll eat
I'm
a half a
telling
slice and you'll be done.
well, maybe, but it'll taste good. Well, I just was texting Andrew and Carrie before the show. I played the game of Eyes. I can't get. I've been completely frustrated with myself.
Dude,
I haven't played.
Be boning up. You got a couple weeks.
I haven't played Eyes seriously since, like, in a serious manner, since like December, January, right? So I'm like, okay, Brofest, yeah, okay. Well, there's a chance I might be able to get a high score or attempt it because this dude's gonna be bringing his machine. All right, I should start playing Eyes again. Like, it took me like 2 days to get back into the zone of things, and I'm getting shit scores. I'm like, what the fuck's the matter with me? I can't break more than 8 million, which sounds stupid. It sounds like, oh, that's a good score, but like
I can only get twice the world record.
Well, yeah, but I want to. Ultimately, I want to break the stupid fake Twin Galaxies record, just so that there's no like controversy. So I'm shooting for 20 million, right? I can't break better than 8. And I'm just like getting pissed. I'm like, is it the movies that I have playing in the background? What's going on here? And then just today, stupid me realizes that, oh hey, guess what? All these times that you've been playing Eyes in the last like few weeks, you haven't been drinking a goddamn thing. You should know better than this. I'm like, duh. What the fuck? Because my best scores come from me pounding beers before and during the games. I have to have a certain buzz to just play, like go into auto mode where I just don't give two fucks, where my hands are doing their thing and I'm not even focused on anything. I need a certain like amount of alcohol to get into that phase.
You need to cue up the Karate Kid song too.
You're the best.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing's gonna ever keep.
Just put that on a loop while you're playing.
I'm gonna cut in for a sec.
That's totally it. But
Steve Hertz is in the chat.
By the way, that song randomly. Okay, so when I'm driving, I put a decade of music. Like I have a flash drive that has all my tunes for my car, and I select one decade that I want to listen to, and a lot of times it's the 80s, and it's random. I'm driving. This is like 2 weeks ago. I'm driving to get groceries, right? Nice, Dave. Yes, dunk them fucking fries. So I'm driving. I'm going to get groceries. It's a fucking Sunday night. You're the Best Around comes on. I had to take a picture. I sent it off to Andrew and Carrie. I'm like, I've never been so fucking pumped up to get groceries in my life. It's like, you're the best.
So, as I said earlier, Steve Hertz is in chat right now. He's the one that throws the SC3 thing that we went to carry.
Yeah.
We'll get him to call in. We got enough room here, or what?
1, 2, 3, 4.
We got a spot.
There's a spot.
Yeah, Steve.
Why don't you fucking start throwing shit in the Midwest where I can actually attend?
Next year's show should be next year's show should be in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pit of despair.
Funny. Yeah, I know 2 people that won't be going.
Yeah, I won't be able to make that one.
Don't even think.
I don't think Sam would go either.
Yeah.
Pit of despair.
You don't have to have Skype. You just have a Steve. All you need is a cam on your laptop.
Even a microphone would be fine as a minimum.
Yeah, you can crafty Mac it all the way.
We just send you a link and then it all connects up.
Yeah. All right, so we. Oops, did I lose you guys? Okay,
yeah, how far are you?
What's the ending here? What's the punchline?
Yeah. Right. The story has no punchline.
The punchline is Wyoming fucking blows.
We did have the moment where you punched me in the head.
So yeah, I don't remember. I was loading one of the games, and yeah, I did a closed fist punch Carrie in the face.
Oh, you Ted Cruz?
I did.
It's a beater.
I mean, slightly punched her in the face.
And it obviously was not enough makeup and cover, so it's all good. No, I'm just kidding. No, it wasn't bad at all. But actually, the funny part was where I don't want to say I got annoyed with you because it wasn't true annoyance, but I was like, hey, is that because we're loading Andrew's brother's pushing in the back. I'm standing first at the end of the box truck. Andrew's closest to his van, and we're loading. I think it was it the pin? I forgot if it was the pin or.
I'm not sure which part of the story this is.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, the punch.
Oh.
Ted Cruz punching his wife in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, elbow to the cheek.
So we're moving.
As he's going to hug another guy.
Yeah. So we're moving and he inadvertently punches me in the face-ish, super light. But then immediately was like, "Oh, are you okay?" And kind of like goes like pat me in the head or like "Oh, are you all right?" Thus taking his hands off of the game that we're loading. I just thought it was what crossed my mind. It's like, don't take your hands off the game. I'm fine.
It was rested on the pad. It wasn't like I was like. It wasn't load bearing at that time.
Yeah, right. And I didn't feel anything. But it was just funny that was the first thing that went through my mind was like, I'll heal. Let's just get this thing loaded.
I know. But I knew it was in a safe place too. I mean, it was on the pad going into I think it was Forgotten Worlds we were moving.
I think so too. Yeah, I just didn't know that at the time.
Yeah, no, and I knew it was down, and I was trying to position the pad, and I moved something like that, and I don't remember my hand slipped or if I just moved, but it's like I totally backhanded or front. But it was a closed fist. It was like bam.
Oh, good times. So we finished loading the stuff, right? And
then loaded the stuff into the back of the box fan, tied everything down with your lovely Girl Scout knots, and Did you have any problems undoing that?
No, but I thought of you. I actually
As I was doing crazy, like a twist and turn and flip it over. But I figured it would be easy to undo once you got the first part undone.
No, it super was. But I was when I was unwinding it today, I was flashing back on when you were doing it. You're like, I'm not doing any crazy Boy Scout knot thing. It's just winding it. It won't be that bad. And you did a great job, and it was wound a lot. But I smiled the whole time I was unwinding it. I just reminded me.
So we were strapping Lunar Lander to the side. So she had a ratchet strap, but it didn't have the other side of it.
Yeah.
So and then the one side that it didn't have a hook on it.
Right.
So it was just a naked strap.
It was just a giant loop.
It was so when they'd done it as originally they'd done it as like a loop. They'd looped the one strap, the one side of the strap to itself, which I've never seen before.
Right, but it didn't. Yes, yeah, so with the other.
So we ended up grabbing like another half of one of the other straps and then making a whole kind of half a ratchet strap setup, and then got it working. But I had to tie the other side off, and I wanted to make sure Lunar Lander didn't go anywhere, so it was spun around the tie downs and.
It was perfect, and like I said, I smiled when I was online thinking of you. That when you were like, "Don't worry, you're not doing any crazy Boy Scout thing," because I was like, "Okay, just make it so that when I'm groggy." So at some point, I thought about just really how tired I was of being on the road and sleeping in cheap motels and checking in with my puppy, and I thought, okay, maybe since Andrew's brother came earlier than we were expecting, so I was able to move down the road early. I started toying with the idea instead because I was thinking 2 days that I would leave because what was Monday. So I thought I'd try to get to Reno, which is about 10 hours, spend the night in Reno, and then finish it up on Monday. So Monday I would drive to Reno, spend the night, and then Tuesday finish my drive because I had to return the rental car on Tuesday. The place closes at like 5. And, I was hoping, and I'll get charged for additional days, so I didn't want to extend it, and I needed to get fucking back to work. Whew. So I started toying with the idea of just driving all the way back, and so I'm like, okay, yeah, so just make it so that when I'm really groggy and trying to unload this thing, that I can do it, and you did. It was great. Thank you. So yeah, we got everything loaded up, and at that point, that's when I left. Stepped out, and me and the puppy hit the open road, and I have some road tales briefly to tell, but
yours are more exciting. Just real quick on ours, it was a long drive, but like basically we hit some shitty weather, but we mostly skirted it. And it was a long, windy drive through Wyoming. It was a little bit harrowing sometimes with the van on the back of the thing and the wind, but ultimately Wyoming did not defeat us again. And the games, we got it here. We did some creative unloading. It actually was really interesting unloading the pinball machine out of the van from that high up. So actually we used my rollaway to roll next to the trailer in the van, and we slid the pinball machine out on cardboard and then slid it onto my rollaway, and then used that to actually wheel it in the garage. And that's the end of the story when it comes to that. Like as far as like us, it was a long, shitty drive, crappy weather still, but Wyoming, fuck you, we made it out. It was totally like we hit the Colorado border. It was like, bam, fuck you, Wyoming. And it was a long drive, and then we had to drive the van up to Boulder and drop it off, and then drop the trailer off down in Denver. And the end of my story is the games are here, and it's all fucking done.
Can you turn your camera so we can see them? Because I don't believe you.
Oh, you don't believe?
I love that story.
This is gonna hurt. My garage is empty, and here are my games.
Yay!
So there it is.
Nice.
Forgotten Worlds in Star Trek.
Did the back glass stay in? Or did
No.
it fall out?
It fell out.
Where's the van?
The van is still up in Boulder at my buddy's shop being worked on. Woo! So he very well may have to. We're pretty sure it's the harness. Like I said, he said He's been doing these engine swaps in Vannigan's now. He did his first one 16 years ago. He's been doing these engine swaps a long goddamn. I mean, he was crazy. He's like sitting on his bed, like middle of the night on Saturday, like middle of the evening on Saturday, like talking to the mechanic in Rock Springs, just being like, "All right, so there's 2 relays under the back seat. One of them is brown. It has a blue wire with a yellow stripe." I mean, he was just like rattling off the fucking wiring harness from heart, like by heart. He's built so many of these fucking things. The guy's just really good. So he's probably up there right now pulling the entire wiring harness and rewiring the whole van. That's because he said he's never seen an ECU go bad for one of these. So he's pretty goddamn, and he has a couple of ECUs on hand. So if it is an ECU, he'll swap that. But he's pretty sure it's the harness. So I haven't heard back from him. But yeah, so I'll probably have the van back maybe by this weekend. But I'm not. I barely ever drive it, so it's whenever.
Yeah, you walk to work, so.
I walk to work every day. Yeah, so the van just lives right now where the Star Trek and Forgotten Worlds are.
So.
Right, I'm gonna send Steve the link because he can't get it.
So my tale.
Carrie has a much more harrowing tale of returning home.
Right.
I do. It's like, you know, one time that I'm going to go ahead and since I left at whatever time I ended up leaving, probably 10:30, 11-ish when I got
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And so I decided that I would go ahead and just try to see if I could make it because it was about a 14-hour drive.
Oh.
But I was really tired, you know, with the puppy and all that, and I was just so tired of being in these hotel rooms. But I had left, and I will say, you know, so I had spent. I'd left on the previous Saturday to go to the SC3 thing, and then I was in San Diego for several days at this conference. I mean, San Diego sounds fun, but when you're stuck at a conference with a rental car, it's really not. And on Thursday, I had to go to a meeting in Sacramento, and then Friday, I took off. So I haven't been home for, like, forever.
Oh, man.
I've been in all these hotels, and with the dog, it's not fun in a hotel. It's a lot of work, because you're having the PM anyway. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to see if I can go just all the way home. So I leave, and I'm like, fuck you, Wyoming. In fact, I don't even want to stop before I leave Wyoming. But
I think that's our show title right there.
Yeah.
Right? Fucking Wyoming.
Fuck you, Wyoming.
Do we have any listeners from Wyoming?
Not anymore.
Fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah, because fuck you and your state, too.
We went from 16 viewers to 15. Oh, no.
Actually, I don't really have anything bad to say about the people in Wyoming, but the fucking state sucks.
Yes, exactly. Windy.
Balls.
And other than in our hotel room where it was 85 degrees, it's like I was cold the entire time. My jacket wasn't thick enough. None of my clothes were thick. I was expecting it was supposed to be sunny on Sunday.
You're as cold as ice.
I never thought we'd be there for like
sacrifice. I love.
Come on, that's coming from a California girl. Come on.
Actually, I will say
I wish
that
they all could be California girls.
it was shitty and cold, and I didn't have a coat, and I wasn't nearly as cold as Carrie was. It sucked for me, but it was really shitty for her.
Well, my coat was thin, but also realize, okay, I'm a California girl, but I'm not a San Diego California girl. I live on the coast. It rarely gets out of the 50s here. I'm used to cold and damp.
Right.
You know, so it's not like
time. Time. How much?
What?
Probably 10 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, Carrie.
Dave downing his sandwich.
No, I got it. So anyway, so I'm leaving. So we can end this story. So I leave Wyoming. I stop, have some lunch, try to pee the dog, but the dog was on a pee. It's a pain in the ass. And jump back in the car, and I decide as we're going along, like the puppy starts, she's a puppy. She's not quite 10 months old probably at this point, and she's been a rock star for this because she and I have spent 2 days in the car. And then at the motel, she, other than the fact that she and I went on that walk, she was pretty cooped up. I mean, she had Louis that she was antagonizing a bit, but
they weren't really burning much energy doing that. They were just building up their excitement.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
We culminate her being slobbered tremendously.
But eventually, he would just tackle her and just be like, "Ah!"
He was super cute.
And he's 2 years old, so he's still basically a puppy himself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they long ready. And if
that was so 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was. It took me a long time to find the sound. Sorry, I'm only human.
If it wouldn't have been raining on Sunday, we would have taken the dog to a dog park or out somewhere so that they could actually run around. But it was just raining fucking constantly.
Yeah, it literally never stopped. It was constant, even raining the entire time.
I would say that wouldn't stop me, but then you'd have wet dog in your hotel rooms, and that would not be a good thing.
Fine, but it wasn't like a sprinkle. And I was right there, and Andrew knows. I was like, that's right, whatever. We'll get towels. Let's go. But it was raining. It was raining. Like
it's raining, man.
It wouldn't have been wet dogs. It would have been wet and muddy and dirty dogs too.
And because you didn't have a jacket, and
I didn't have a jacket.
My jacket wasn't waterproof.
Yeah.
So anyway, so she's been a rock star this whole time, and we're driving, and we had planned that morning on. Actually, part of our plan was to, I think I mentioned, we were going to go grab some breakfast, we're going to exercise the dogs so that we had tired dogs for the road. Then Josh showed up early, so that...
Which turned out to be awesome for both of us, but yes. Yeah.
Yeah, not so much for the dogs. So,
yeah, not for the dogs.
So I decided, originally Andrew and I were going to meet up at the dog park. So, it's just such an odd picture. So Andrew and I were going to show the dog park. So I decided in Salt Lake City, and I have to drive through Salt Lake City anyway. So I decided that's where I'll go, and I'll go and let Zadie run around. So and it's a little stormy, but it's not too terribly bad. So as I'm driving along, she at some point towards the very end.
Oh no, that's right. Sorry, I just remember where you're going with this.
Yeah. I thought this is what you alluded to.
Yeah.
So she had gotten the habit actually of kind of getting by my feet and wanting to cuddle up with me there, and I would have to push her away because my feet, of course, I'm using for driving. But she was like starting to get kind of insistent of going there, so I'd pull out something and I'm going to get her distracted so I can just, it's not that much farther, like 15 minutes until I get to this dog park. Because I'm like, oh my God, this dog needs to run around and exercise. So then she jumps up on the passenger seat and then she starts to try to crawl on top of the dashboard. And I'm like, fuck. Like, because I'm not letting her get by my feet. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm driving this truck and I'm like, get down. So then I pull out, I was like, whatever I can, like, whatever I'm driving, this ginormous truck to me at least. And I'm feeling around. I find like some rawhide thing, like, here, eat this dog. So I'm like, just like, get the fucking dog part. I'm really
this dog.
So
I was like, eat this.
And actually, as she tries to get up on the dash, she's not even interested in rawhide. But I have these cookies that are like crack to her. So I'm giving her like these crack cookies. And just like,
it's kind of like your brownies, Andrew.
Yeah. I wish. Come on here. I'll give you some.
Yeah.
That's a
so finally, I'm like,
I can't bring him to Brofest. Sorry. I might get stopped at the airport.
My dreams are shattered.
I think it's not a problem to fly with edibles. Just saying.
Yeah, come on, Jimbo's gonna be eating carbs.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I'm going to turn into like a monster at Brofest.
It's like, I got brownies.
Nice.
So Carrie, where's the lunar lander in all this mix?
It's in the back of my truck.
Okay.
So it's in the back, and it's an empty cab. It's like it doesn't even have a back door. It's an empty cab. So it's whatever.
Okay.
The pretty cabs. So Zadie's trying to crawl up on the dashboard, and I'm giving her cookies to try to entice her not to, because I'm like, holy fuck, I'm afraid she's going to crawl up onto this dashboard, which is huge, and then like crawl over and try to get in front of me, and then I'm going to get an accident. So anyway, I'm getting really close. I get to the dog part, and I'm like, wait, which part is the dog part? And so I'm pulling around, and I'm pulling over to the curb at the park, I'm like, oh, thank God, I got it. Okay. Oh wait, I can't park in this parking lot because I'm in this giant truck. Let me pull over here. I'm pulling into the curb. Just as I pull into the curb and start to turn off the engine, Zadie, who has her two paws up on the dashboard and her hind legs on the passenger seat, lets loose with a scream of mine that would not stop. So she was going crazy.
Oh no!
Because when we stopped for lunch, she never peed. She just sniffed. So she was standing there, and the urine just went.
Oh no!
I'm like, and she's kind of hitting the little duffel bag of her treats and toys that I had packed. So she's getting it a little bit there, and a little bit on the dog bed that it was sitting on.
And you're still hours away driving, right?
Oh yeah, I'm in This is Salt Lake City. So I'm like, fuck. So I get out of the truck, but now I know why she was acting so weird. I get out of the truck and I open the truck, the passenger side door to let her out, and like all this urine comes out onto
no!
So bad. So I get her out. She jumps on the lawn. She finishes her pee, and like I can't even scold her. I mean, like she just had to pee. Like the dog didn't want to have to pee like that, but she just couldn't hold it. Like truly, as I'm pulling up, like stop the car and. It's just all So I
maybe not quite.
So where it turns out not to be exactly that was pretty much it. And I'm like, how much of it's in it? So and I had some Nature's Miracle. So I clean it out and I spritz some Nature's Miracle all over everything, the seat, everything, so it can do its work while I'm going off and exercising her. And where I end up pulling over, because this park is really big, and the part where the dog park is actually a pretty long walk away. So I walk over there, and there's a couple of people, ladies who are getting into the dog park with a couple of kids, like right ahead of me, maybe a minute ahead of me, if that. And the kids, the ladies are getting their dogs out there, and the kids start running up to this one woman, to their mom, and they're screaming and crying and like just hideously upset. And I thought they were terrified of the dogs, and because it was, and she's like, I told you, go sit on the table. I'm like, oh, she's trying to get them away from dogs. And this crazy woman, brought her kids who are afraid of dogs to a dog park. That's stupid. Although it ended up being 3 dogs, my puppy and the other 2 dogs that they brought, who were both small dogs. There was a Boston Terrier and a little whippy thing. Were the only dogs there anyway. But no, actually what it turns out is that the boys had heard, I guess, and they were, I don't know, 7 and 9 or 5 and 7. I'm not really kid ages. Me, I'm even more like a 5 and 7-year-old. Were terrified because they had heard something about there's supposed to be a hailstorm. And so they wanted to leave because it's like, the storm is coming. I thought it was the dog, that they were freaking out about the dogs, but I realized that no, there's like a storm and they wanted to leave. And I'm like, quite frankly, I was thinking, what freaking wussy children? Come on now. It's a little rain.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, right.
When I went to Boise last time, there was actually golf ball sized fucking hail.
So
I had to take my car and go park it somewhere so it wouldn't be in the hailstorm.
So here we are at the dog park, and the dogs are running around, and the children are screaming and crying and throwing hissy fits, and I'm like, my God, these children are awful. So it starts to rain a little bit, and it's like, okay, we all ought to go. And the dogs had a chance to run around, and hooray for that. I had accomplished my goal. She had peed and pooped and run, and now we could hit the road. It's starting to rain a little bit, so yeah, whatever. So we're starting to go, and I seriously hope that woman and her children, because they parked, there's a parking lot much closer to the dog park. I just didn't know that because I didn't know the layout of the park. I really sincerely hope that she got her horrible, whiny, snivelly children in the car before the rain started to pour. And I will say, from when I walked from the dog park to where my van was, I got soaked. Like it, that wasn't proof. It was merely water resistant. Could not resist the rain of Salt Lake City. Like I was absolutely soaked through by the time I got to the van to load the dog up. So I load the dog up, take my jacket off so we can try to like maybe dry while I'm driving. I'm pulling out, and it's just it's awful. I'm driving. It's the freeway's like a mile. The dog park's like a mile away. Hey, look at that!
That's almost $200 right there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
So it's like a mile to the highway, and I would say right when I'm approaching the on ramp, and I'm driving kind of under some trees, I hear something fucking hit my truck, and I'm like, oh shit, did I hit a tree limb? And then I'm like, bam again, and then bam again, and I'm like, what the fuck is going? And I think there's car problems, and then I realized that my windshield is being pelted by the most ginormous fucking hail, and I thought those children were right. They should have been screaming and crying and saying, Mommy, why do you have us at this fucking dog park? Get us home. This is so
Oh, man.
It was awful. So I'm getting onto it. Eating the van, exploding. It sounds like we're taking mortar fire. So, I have this box truck, Zadie, who's like really mellow and cool. I don't know about mellow, but she's a happy, confident dog. And so she doesn't shirk from much. And she wasn't shirking from this, but she was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, ah. So I start to get onto the freeway, and I get onto the on-ramp and immediately have to stop because apparently there had been some accident, and they're like pulling cars off of the on-ramp, and there's no way that I can get off. Oh, so I was just being stranded there, not even under like the bridge. If I could have been up like another 20 feet, I would have been under the bridge, being pelted with the hail. The one good thing I can say is by the time I actually made it onto the freeway and they cleared the freeway, the hail had stopped. But yeah, it was just, oh my God. And of course the car smelled of wet dog and urine. Like,
what a combo.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ever complain about a 2-hour drive ever again.
Yeah, right.
In that area of the U.S., like they write off so many cars every year because of hail.
Yeah.
Like I said, when I was in Boise, golf ball size. Like we heard there was supposed to be golf ball size hail. We were in our hotel, but it was all open in the parking lot. We just booked it to like the closest mall or anywhere that had underground parking.
Yeah.
Because it would literally write off your vehicle.
Yeah. It was incredible. Those children were absolutely right to be like pitching a hissy about the hail. Cause, holy
they're from there, I guess.
They are from there. They know out of towner like me. I'm like, these are the worst children. My God, I'm screaming about the storm coming.
Imagine if you were still walking back, and you're just getting pelted by those things.
It was awful.
Carries down.
Yeah.
Your dog's dragging you back to the van.
So anyway, so yes, the rain, the hail turned into this horrible, massive rain, and then the rain went away and was replaced by ridiculous winds. I mean, like, and it was actually, Andrew, what you described in terms of having some of those terrible moments where I was kind of like passing a semi, and it wasn't bad when you're going up to the semi and you're in the middle passing it, but when you get the bridging that area where the head of it is,
where it's just it's blasting, the airstream that comes off of those things is vicious in a big truck.
Yeah, and they had like the wind gusts, 35 miles an hour plus winds advisory along, and this is in Utah and part of Nevada, but mostly like all of Utah. Like my gas mileage was shit. I'm burning so much gas. And I'm, trying to keep that thing. And then, I remember this one time going by one of the semis and just thinking, as like the vans are really moving, like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Am I going to stay upright? I don't know if I am. And it was scary. I have to say there were a couple times. The hailstorm and was awful and scary, and then the winds were awful and scary, and it was just so incessant. And then, so I go to get out because I have to pee the dog, and because I have a puppy, and So I go out to pee the dog, who actually doesn't end up peeing again until we get back home. But I don't know that. I mean, I'm just like, come on, you need to pee. Because I don't want that to happen again, where she's standing, door again. So, I'm stopping every once in a while. And every time I get out, it's I'm standing there, it's freezing.
Going to sleep.
Jackety thing, trying to be like, come on, let's go potty time, potty. Hey, honey, potty. Don't you have to go potty? Like, oh.
Brian's gonna pee himself.
Oh.
Potty, Brian. Potty, Brian.
Oh, he's looking at his phone. Is that what it is?
All we could see is the top of your head. We were like, dude, that guy's gone.
Yeah.
So
it would probably take like 80 beer to get him gone.
No, actually, it's funny. Like when you talk about that, like during one of the it was raining, but not foggy, and so I was actually up at like 75 miles an hour on an I-80, and a semi passed me. He must have been doing 85, maybe close to 90. And so, here I am, like, driving along in the slow lane, and the same thing, like, so you're driving this big fucking brick, right? And he just goes blasting past me in a fucking semi. I'm like, I've never seen a semi do this shit, but, like I when he went past me, like, sucked me into him.
Oh, wow.
From that airstream, because, like, it's one thing passing them where it kind of, like, feels like it kind of, like, pushes you away a little bit, but, like, he went blasting past me so fast, and it's like, I didn't even see him come up, because I had Lunar Lander in my back, in the back, so like I couldn't see out of my back window at all, and I'm focused on the road ahead, and as he went past, like I felt the van get like pulled in towards him. I was like, it scared the fucking shit out of me.
Wow.
So yeah, those guys they throw off some pretty nasty airstreams.
Yeah, I passed a triple at one point actually when I was on the
Oh, those goddamn triples, yeah.
Jesus, and I was like, okay, you've been doing this just fine. You got this. Just be ready for draft afterwards. Just be ready. You're gonna be okay. Like I'm giving myself like this fucking pep talk. So
You're pep talking.
Jesus. And so I got out at this one rest stop. It was right on the border of Utah and Nevada. It's still in Utah. And I got out and I sent a picture to you guys. It was like the winds were so bad. Like I had to push the door out to then like hold it and brace it against my body so the door wouldn't come slamming back into the wind. And then the bag of the garbage bin there was like blowing. It looked like a giant condom blowing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw that picture.
Like it was
Now the winds out there, like I gotta tell Sam's like story, like one of our Wyoming stories from Grinkers. I think this was the first year's driving out to Grinkers that Sam was telling the story, and I may not get it totally perfectly right, so I'm paraphrasing, but like he was at school, and apparently Wyoming has the highest suicide rate of the nation.
Huh.
So
bigger.
That's a fact. The rest of this story is secondhand via Sam, but totally believable because I've been out there in Wyoming where you literally get out of the car to like stand in the parking lot or like walk into like the gas station or whatever, and you're leaned over. I mean, like fighting against the wind, walking into it, like to just get there. So I don't know if it was a guy at his college, but someone in Laramie decided to commit suicide. And so the guy jumps out of a 6-story window.
Buzzkill.
I know, right? Jumps out of a 6-story window, and the winds are so high that he lands 60 feet away from the window horizontally on a bike rack.
Oh, God.
And survives.
Oh.
So he flew at a 45-degree angle, basically, out of his window. The winds were so bad.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's what it felt, and it was hours and hours of this grueling driving. And remember, I'm trying to make this 14-hour no stops drive, so it's 14 hours if I don't stop in order to get home. But because of the time change, because Utah is an hour, it's mountain time, and I'm kind of getting an hour back, and so I'm like my GPS is giving an ETA of like 1:30 in the morning. But then I realized it was actually, the first 2:30, and then it was like, oh no, wait, 1:30 anyway. bottom line, I'm like, okay, if I push it because I got this earlier start, maybe I can do it because I'd left at like 11 o'clock in the morning, and maybe I can do this 14-mile drive plus the stops. So I'm trying to push through and just go as fast as I can. And yeah, no, it was stressful and insane. But yeah, bottom line, once I got out of Nevada and into California, actually even once I was into Nevada, it got just so much easier when the winds of Wyoming and Utah stopped.
Right. Well, once you make that climb in the Donner Pass and then you start coasting into Sacramento, it's like,
that was, for me, that was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So that part, not so much.
Did they stop you at the top and ask you if you have any oranges?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have. So when you leave Nevada and go to California, they have the bug station. They have a bug inspection, agricultural inspection. That they really like. You don't bring any kind of produce that would bring in fruit flies or some other sort of bad bugs. And I've been through that a bazillion times. And they usually ask you where you're coming from, and you say California, and they're like, "Have a nice day." So I pull up to the bug station, and it's whatever that would be. I don't know what the timing was. Midnight, 12:31. Probably midnight. Yeah, it's like a 3-hour drive from Tahoe. Or from Reno. So I pull up to the bug station, and she's like, "All right, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna put it in park. You're gonna park it right here, and then you get out and open up the back." I'm like, "Really? Right here? You want me to just park it right here?" So I had to go down there and unlock the thing. And
oh wow, I've never been stopped at that before.
That's what I told her. I'm like, "I've never been stopped." I said, "Is it because of the kind of vehicle I'm driving?" She said, "Yes." So apparently, if you drive any kind of truck type thing through that, plan on being stopped. If I had known that, maybe I would have kept it unlocked. I don't know, but whatever. That was the only station only lane open. So I'm sure the people behind me loved. But anyway, yeah, opened it up, and she's like, and I have a dog. All that's back there's a dog crate. My tiny sister doesn't even know this, and this arcade game, which is wrapped up like a coffin because it has blankets all over the coffin. So she's like, "That's a dog crate," and I'm like, "Yep, that's my empty dog crate, and that's an arcade game." She's like, "Cool."
It's full of oranges from Florida, bitch.
Yeah.
Let me go.
Totally could have smuggled.
Maui wowie.
Yeah. 200 kilos
of oranges.
Yeah.
Fucking contraband in California.
No, they stop you for anything.
So yeah. So anyway, I did. Yeah. When I was in Reno, I got gas. I loaded up on like crunchy things. And
Did you load up on air fresheners for your car?
Right. She's like stuffing them under the seats, hoping the U-Haul won't notice.
Bunch of Christmas tree things all over.
Well, the funny part is I hadn't realized actually. Well, it was at when I went to the dog park that I realized I had some things on that passenger side. Actually, the pinball machine balls and the bolts, legs, and things like that. So I put a handful of things over there, and one of the things is I'd had like some kind of a scented hand lotion I'm not real wild about because it's like more perfumey. But I'm like, oh, I know my hands always get really dry, so I have my good stuff that I'll have in the hotel, but I have the stuff in the car, and it exploded at some point. And I realized that when I saw it, I'm like, oh, I need to throw this out. But when I returned the van this morning, I realized that there was a big splotch of this moisturizer-y stuff, and the van totally stinks of perfume. So I'm like this. So whoever next, but it was like I realized, wait a minute, this is going to cover any potential lingering scent of dog.
There you go.
I had the foresight to bring a roller coaster house with me, as well as Nature's Miracle, because it's she's a puppy, and there's there are issues. And in fact, in the first hotel room, she did pee. So when I stayed on my own in Lovelock, Nevada, she peed in the room. So I was mighty glad I had my paper towels and Nature's Miracle. So I needed, but I think the Nature's Miracle worked. But yes, so when I returned to that this morning, it actually smelled of perfume and not at all of dog urine. So anyway, so I make the drive home, and I end up getting home at I arrived at 3:30. but safe, sound, but it was really.
So Lunar Lander is in your garage now.
Yes, that empty cab is now in my garage.
And you're just decided to stay up late with us tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
know.
get some sleep.
I've got about a half hour, maybe at best, in me.
Yeah, that was basically my text last night. I'm like, you guys got to be wrecked. I'll be happy and privileged if I see you on the show.
Yeah, you were like, okay, if you guys make it, I know it won't be for that long. You never underestimate the power of determination in alcohol.
That's true, yeah. There was a lot of determination, a lot of love, a lot of really kind and wonderful people that made the whole fucking weekend happen.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very true.
Hey, you guys made it. That's an accomplishment.
And I'm sorry, but no small amount of money either.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I
I'm
got
sure
it. I
this
know.
is a very expensive week.
Yeah.
I know. And I was actually thinking about that, Andrew. I'm like, man, if you ever decide to sell that game, it's gonna be like $2,000. It's not a 600. It's not a whatever. I don't care what you say. There's blood, sweat, tears, a shit ton of money, a lot of fucking work, a lot of like fatigue.
Favors.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's so much that went into those games.
Right.
But you have an awesome story, though.
Yeah. Exactly. Drinks to be told.
And I love that story.
I love that story.
I love that story.
But in terms,
that was like 3 sound effects.
In terms of
I can't hit the roof. Yeah.
Bottom. That's right. And I can't.
Shut up, Jim.
I know that. Jim, shut up. What else? But bottom line, it isn't.
Yeah, there you go.
In terms of like looking at the expense of the weekend and the cost of the van and the repair, is that would have happened anyway. It wouldn't have happened in Wyoming, and so it wouldn't have come with that fabulous $50 a night, palatial suite you got us. But bottom line,
oh, Carrie's a half full kind of girl.
I'm totally. But I mean, that sensor would or what? Not sensor. Sorry, the wiring harness or whatever it ends up being.
But if that had happened in Denver, it would have been a piece of cake to deal with, though.
It still would have cost. It wouldn't have been free. I mean, you still would have. It wouldn't. You'd not have spent as much money, but you still would have had to spend something. I mean, it was still gonna happen. It isn't like our trip caused the wiring harness to go bad.
No, it's true. I mean, it's a problem that was going to manifest itself at some point.
Right. And so I'm just saying, in terms of looking at the total price tag, yes, it was more because it happened in Rock Springs, but it isn't. It isn't a zero-sum sort of a thing. It isn't like maybe it would have cost you $25 there, and it cost you $100 in Rock Springs.
I'm gonna guess you said.
Oh, I wish it were that different.
I'm gonna guess that at least 30 times you said, "Man, I should have shipped this." Damn it.
Just the mechanic bill would have been about the cost of shipping.
Right.
Wow.
But see, again, you would have had to get that fixed anyway.
Yeah, but I would have had my guy here who would have done it for free because he's doing it for free.
Oh shit.
Because it's his fuck up. It's a problem. It's a warranty issue with the work that he did.
Oh no.
So.
Yeah. So you'll love this, but I didn't tell you, Andrew. By the way, is when I think it was when I was in Elko. I was getting gas. I think it was when I was getting gas in Elko, and I pulled into one of the travel places, the Flying J or whatever.
Yeah.
There was off to the side where they have for just the truckers. I saw a big van for STI. You could have had these guys.
God damn it!
They were probably shipping somebody else's games right at that time.
They probably were.
Those people were just going to have to sit at home with the flower window, have them delivered and sent out. Like, wish those people well.
Probably XD or Kalen. One of the two probably had games in that fucking truck.
Right.
I mean, shipping is no picnic, and I'll tell you what, there is a value to having games handled by collectors, moved by collectors, that whole thing. There's some value to that.
Right,
yeah.
putting their beds from their childhood blankies on their
Right, which yes, I will wrap that thing up and.
You really don't need to. You really. I enjoyed it.
Waka waka.
The blanket that she was birthed in, what she wrapped the head of Star Trek in, which actually came from her grandmother who hand knitted it.
What?
Engage.
Yeah.
I did in fact use the hand knitted grandmother who passed away.
Who passed away? Yeah.
She's dead now. Blanket.
It's this heirloom thing that she wrapped the head of Star Trek with.
Yeah.
Well, this is the ex's
That's how much she
mom,
cared.
right?
The blanket that was protecting the glass in the head of it was merely the blanket that I had when I was on my bed when I was a child, and it has this little satiny edge that I would.
Ah, yes.
It just shows you how much you cared, Carrie.
Here, let me go grab it.
You really don't need to bring it. You really don't. Kind of trash by now. It's old now.
Look, you can still see her bite marks in it.
Oh my god. I told you it's old.
Carrie probably won't be able to sleep tonight without that, Andrew.
Bite on it.
Yeah, right.
That's got whoopee.
You know, I have to say,
it's totally Linus's blanket.
Yeah. It's your whoopee.
It's all about Charlie Brown.
You
see the wasp of dust coming up off it too.
Oh yeah, no, and I mean, it's nasty at this point, but it truly is. But the funny part is, it's disconcerting and weird as it is to see the games that had previously been in my garage for several months on, in your garage, Andrew. It's even more weird to see my blanket.
I'm sure.
Wrapped around me.
Exactly right. If only I could see what would have happened to that blanket. It was really interesting.
Let's see now, Carrie, you have space to buy more games.
And Carrie, when you dropped off the machines and you left Andrew, did you say goodbye to Star Trek and give it a hug?
Well, that's the funny part, Steve. So I realized, and I'm so glad you brought this up, that bad luck seems to have happened along the way, the entire way, as soon as Star Trek is implicated. So I've decided that Star Trek is the game that's jinxed. Because as soon as I picked it up, that's when I got that tie, I got the roofing nail that somebody put in the tire, and it's like all this bad shit happened. So I think we need to have some sort of like some burning of the stage or sort of smudging.
Yeah. An exorcism.
Yeah.
I want to see that shit floating in the air.
Yeah.
the head spinning around.
The arcade medium.
Yeah, barfing.
Yeah.
Out of the coin slot or something, I don't know.
But yeah, no. Honestly, I had a lot of fun with Star Trek. I liked both the games. I think both complete winners. But I'll miss Forgotten Worlds more. Hence the segue, the $1,000. If I had $1,000 to spend on a game, I think that's what I do.
Actually another interesting segue. So Gak, I sent you a link a little bit ago.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That's crazy talk.
So one Forgotten Worlds spinner, just one spinner.
Just basically like this.
Yeah, here, let me, maybe...
But no cap. It was missing this cap on the middle Capcom logo.
Okay.
So just like this.
All right, let me find the link real quick, because that'll be...
Two of those, right, Guy?
Yep, here's my other one. This one has the... Oh, no, the other one has it. There's like a little spring thing on the bottom that's missing off one of them.
Oh, yeah, the little thing for the switch.
Yeah, this one has a little cherry switch at the bottom.
All right, here's the link. I'm posting it in our chat. There you go. So this just sold this afternoon.
Well, free shipping, so
free shipping. That's a deal right there.
God, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
could
actually
see.
it would be $13 to ship it to Canada. It says.
Oh.
Look how trashed it looks too.
It's yeah. If you
Yeah.
zoom in and hit some of the pictures, you can see it. It's pretty tore up, and again, it's missing the cap.
Wow, that's not in good shape at all.
And this thing's sold. It looks complete aside from the cap. Like the opto boards there.
But it does have custom labeling on it here. This
Yeah,
looks awesome.
Yep.
You mean the text that someone wrote on it?
Wait.
Yeah.
Go back to
El
go back to that
Dorado.
writing.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's El Dorado again. Is that a Forgotten Worlds or In Worlds? Is it misspelled?
They even misspelled it. It's supposed to be Forbidden Worlds.
It's Forgotor. So Gak, I've got a question. So so I've got obviously two spinners on the game that we just picked up here.
Yeah.
And then I also have an extra set of spinners myself.
Right.
Whoa! My fucking chair fell over.
Whoops.
That's how I fell over last time with iRobot. So my question is, mine these
posted on eBay with 150 minimum bid, right?
right, yeah. So mine both still have the caps, but they're a little chewed up. So I know you work with metal.
Yep.
So how hard would it be to reproduce, the caps?
Well, the cap itself, I mean, I don't know if that's, let me look at mine, if that's silk screened or...
I was going to say, that looks silk screen nice.
Yeah, but let's say we actually put just got a round, die cut sticker.
Yeah, if it's just like a metal slug, basically.
Yeah.
Not any artwork on it at all.
Yeah.
Shit, that wouldn't hardly cost anything.
Right. All right. So if you can reproduce those, and then the second question is, how would you deal with refinishing these things?
Yeah, to get the anodizing right.
Well, yeah. So would you have to sand them down?
No,
I would have to let some light, really light, but it's some light pitting on it. So, could you put it
back
in
back in my old school BMX days, there would be BMX hubs that were anodized, and the sun, the UV exposure would fade the color, but they'd be polished underneath.
Yeah.
And the trick used to be the oven cleaner, whatever that spray foam stuff is, what you put in your oven.
Yeah.
Easy off. Yeah. So you would spray that on the actual aluminum, let it sit for a while, and the anodizing just wipes right off, and then you have a raw metal underneath it. In the case of the BMX hubs, they're polished, so you just have a polished aluminum look. But either way, the laser or if you're going to have them anodized, they have an etching process that they can do to remove the old anodizing, and they'll just it's like an acid wash etching.
Right.
It'll just get it back to the bare metal.
So I'm just wondering, so of these spinners, I'd love to get back to as close to the original as possible. So, as a metal guy, how can we do this? With you got spinners, I've got spinners. How do we do this to make these things look fucking awesome and original again?
Well, I mean, you have one that looks good. Because, I have one like this one right here. I would assume this is probably pretty close to the finish that it's supposed to have. It's kind of like a smoked gray.
Yeah, dark burnished kind of. Yeah.
Could you just not paint them and then clear coat them? I know it's not original, but.
But you want them to have that dark gray look to them.
Yeah, that dark silver gray.
I would just, if you have a good one, I would take it to, look up online or, the phone book or something for a local anodizer, and just show them the finish and see what they have that could match that.
Okay.
I really don't, sometimes they have a minimum charge, so it's like you could bring them 20 pieces, it costs the same as 2.
Right. Well, I would get all 4 of them done at the same time. So,
yeah.
I mean.
But yeah, I bet they have. Cheap. I would assume they have an etching process or some kind of acid wash that'll remove the original finish that's faded and worn.
Yeah.
And then they'll just re-anodize it as close as possible to your original color, but just try to match that first. Show them your original one that looks the best, and they should have samples. It looks kind of like a dark gray to me.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew. I was thinking, you're trying to think about a way to recreate that little cap.
Yeah.
Why don't you, in Illustrator, if you could redraw it, you could send that out to an etcher that would etch it right into a metal, and then also you can create your cut line in Illustrator as well, and it'll cut the circle.
So right. So the cap itself, right? So that's what it looks like. That's just a loose one that I've got.
To me, it looks almost like a sticker that's on top of the metal slug.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, if that's all it is, then yeah, just do a sticker. But if it was an etched
I mean,
thing-
I don't think it's etched. It's either a sticker or it's like
does it have a relief to it?
Silk screen directly onto it.
No, there's no relief to it. It's totally smooth.
Oh, it is? Okay, it's a sticker probably then.
Yeah. But I mean, fuck. I mean, if you could get a laser etch to actually create the effect, and if the effect comes up being better than the original, that would be pretty fucking awesome too.
That'd be badass.
Usually, the laser etch would be like this brings it down to the silver color, though.
Right. Well, so that would be a question. How do you get the laser etch to end up looking
dark?
I mean,
yeah,
dark, or if you can't get that, if you could end up with something that just looks badass, that looks original, even if it's not original, but it's better than original. I like that.
Yeah.
This is an idea.
Anyway, so I've got 4 of these spinners now, and I want to make 4 fucking badass ones, and apparently then sell them on eBay for a fortune.
Right. Jeez.
Well, and actually, yeah, I mean, I probably want to keep backups of the ones I've got, because these things are obviously hard to find, and the plastic pieces and stuff like that, all that shit inside. You know, the opto boards, I'm sure those are simple enough to deal with, but. Anyway, so I want to talk to Gak about this because I just knew he was a metal guy, and I've got.
You can always 3D print those gears if something breaks.
Right. No. So that would be another interesting thing too. Is maybe send these guys off to a 3D printer and have them do these prints now before they're worn out, and make sure that there's a good source of them. There's only a few. I mean, the thing is, the game is rare, so the number of people who have them. You're not going to make a boatload of money off of reprinting these things. But just to make sure that they exist out there as files, that even if it's just for the community, it's like, all right, well, here you go.
You make metal ones.
I'm not selling these things, but hey, you know what? Here's the files for the teeth, and if you need to reprint them at some point, you can.
You know the captain's auction that they have in L.A.?
Yeah.
The very first time I went to one, I ran into a guy who had a Forgotten Worlds T-shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it just like a side art, or what was it?
It was. What was it? Yeah, I think it was. I'm trying to remember what it's at. I think it was the side art.
Yeah, because side art.
Yeah, it was that. It was that right there.
Nice.
So I went up and I talked to him. I go, "Hey, I like your T-shirt. That's awesome." So. Yeah, you know what? I've been coming to this auction for years, and I have still not found a Forgotten Worlds, and I'm here today looking for one again. So that's how rare they are. They just I never see them anywhere ever. So
yeah.
See, it's so funny to me too, because like the arcade that I grew up with in the mountains, which was a small arcade, and yeah, they had one. That's the reason why I play it, and the reason why I love it.
Yeah. I had one near at a 7-Eleven I used to go to, and I would just go there just to play that game because it was just I didn't see it anywhere else. So, but yeah, it's.
I never knew it was an arcade game. I thought it was just a Sega Genesis game.
Right.
Really?
It started in the arcade, and they ported it to the Genesis.
I bought the Genesis version when it came out.
Yeah, me and my next door neighbor played the fuck out. Yeah, me and my next door neighbor, we thought it was the coolest thing since Contra. And then once I got into this hobby, I'm like, what? That's an arcade game?
And it was such a good port.
Holy shit!
Like
there's
Strider was a killer port too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was like, wow, this is really almost looks exactly like the arcade, So I was pretty happy with the Genesis.
I was like, fuck, that's the coolest game ever. It's like Contra, but you're floating in space.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
and
it's very similar.
Weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, the store thing.
Well,
so yeah, actually, I'll get that thing up and running, and then I'll do a full, See if I can do this. I've done the Rastan on 1 credit, so I'll see if I can show you guys Forgotten Worlds on 1 credit.
That'd be awesome.
Have you tried it though? You must have tried. Come on, you.
I haven't even plugged it in. I literally have been too fucking tired to do anything.
Yeah, you've been home for 24 hours,
seriously,
maybe, right?
At the beginning of the show, I was sitting here. I had to move because I had to get the garage door fixed last week, right? So I had everything pulled against here to try and get as much clearance for the garage door to get repaired. So yeah, like I got back here, I was like trying to clean this shit up, and I gave up. So
that's so funny because Andrew, I was gonna call you and go. So are you gonna go to Zyla's place tonight?
And play some Forgotten Worlds.
Yeah. I didn't know you did this adventure thing, so yeah, I'm glad to call you. So we still have to set that up.
Yes, definitely.
So, Andrew, my request would be just because I'm curious, not because I'm competitive in any way whatsoever. But give it a shot. So play it a few times. Give it a shot.
Oh.
I want to know how far you can go without in its current state. Because this
All right,
way,
without rotating.
Other than the fact that you're better at the game when you actually can rotate than I will ever be.
No. Your challenge is to get good enough at the game. I don't care how you do it. You got to figure out a way to get. I need a partner who can finish the game with me on 1 credit. So we can get a fun spot and do like the world record with 2 people playing and finishing the game.
That would be awesome. I would love to be. I got it. This is again going back to the question. I got to find myself a Forgotten World. I found one for you. I can find one for me.
See,
right?
Easy peasy.
Sure. Good too.
Totally.
Well, and I have actually. I mean, I have an extra board and I have an extra set of spinners, and I basically have the game.
You can make another one. You can make 2.
I'll make 2 of them.
That one. I should have kept it.
You should make 2 and then sell it to drinkers.
Right. Actually, I would love that. That would be awesome.
Because then we could play it there. That'd be awesome.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yep. And Steve would take care of that. I don't know. Does he like Capcom games though? I guess he has Ghouls and Ghosts and stuff.
He does. No, and this is early enough that it's not a '90s game. It's still an '80s game.
Yeah, that was '87, I think, right? Forgotten Worlds, is that 86 or 87?
I think it's a little bit later than that. I'm sure we can get some of the flaw, but I want to say 88 or 89.
Yeah, I actually thought it was maybe 90, but maybe it's 89.
That's a Google question.
Well, I was waiting for someone to just pull up Clav, or I'm sure.
Yeah, Orange probably has
Orange is already on it. Yeah.
Orange wasn't on it. Orange was daydreaming.
Right now. Orange, come on.
1988.
88. There we go.
I was searching Forgotten Worlds. That's what I forgot on.
Worlds. Yeah.
I thought it was.
Yeah, Forbidden Worlds came out, I think, in '89.
Very understandable. Yeah.
Forbidden Worlds.
Yeah, he's fucking.
It was a sequel, right?
At the recent Captain auction, I was looking through I like to see what things went for and stuff. Can you believe they sold Come On Baby?
Yeah. Well, XD sold his and then bought it back, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want a Come On Baby?
I would make space for a Come On Baby.
I would think twice before coming on Baby.
They actually had some pretty good auction prices. This time around. Let's see, a $300 Black Tiger or.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a pretty expensive board nowadays. I mean, $100 easy.
Black Tiger?
Yeah.
Look, I think I got like 5 of those boards.
There's definitely a market for Black Tiger.
To me, those are kind of like the redheaded stepchild of Rastan.
They are. Rastan's a better game. Just saying.
But isn't there another one too? I thought there was another one.
No, actually, Black Tiger is a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys have played it. Black Tiger is a fun game.
Because I'm better at it.
It's a really difficult game.
It's hard, yeah. Actually, it feels more like, to me, more like Rygar.
Yes.
Wow, with the yo-yo? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
A little
just.
bit. But you shoot daggers, which is pretty cool.
I just mean more like Rygar than Rastan.
I really like the enemies in Black Tiger. I don't know. Like the mummies that shoot the fire and all that kind of stuff. Pretty neat, neat enemies in that game. But
And it's super challenging.
yeah,
I would totally. If I had infinite space and all that shit, but like I would definitely have a Black Tiger. That's a fun game.
yeah, music's pretty good too. But yeah, that auction, I was just looking through stuff and I saw "Come On Baby." I'm like, what? I have that.
Yeah, we weren't kidding about that game. It really is called Come On Baby, and there really is a little baby dick in it. It's a fucking Japanese pedophile video game at its fucking finest.
Oh, there's Magic Sword. Don't forget about Magic Sword.
Yeah, Magic Sword.
That's kind
There's one of those here for sale right now.
Yeah.
$300 for the full cabinet working.
That one gets really repetitive though for me.
It does, yeah.
Left to right, constant. And
The bad guys are, real consistent and repetitive. So I just posted an article.
Alright.
How to be cool.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Right, yeah.
You can see that. I've been off Clav for like a week because I've had to. On top of this road trip, I've also had a good friend of mine slipped a disc in his back.
Oh no, that's bad.
And had surgery, and it's been yeah. Actually, I don't know if you were part of. I think John tried to call me last week, and I was over visiting him. Jack, I don't know if you were.
He didn't say anything.
Okay.
Dang.
It was right before the show that I fucking didn't even know was going to happen.
I know. Nice notice.
That was
Fucking-
like stupid. That was insane. It
Fucking
was like
John, like 20 minutes notice to everybody.
yeah, I got a text message from Crafty 10 minutes before it was over.
Yeah.
That holy shit, there's a show tonight. And then Dave from Buffalo actually sent me a message. He's
Dave,
like,
Dave,
oh, where are you in the
movie
IRC?
theater?
Yeah.
Dave's like, where are you? Are you not joining the show? I'm like, you know what? I checked like 20 minutes ago, and there was no post.
Exactly.
Fuck John and his stupid show, because like seriously, I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I'm like, fuck this. Like he didn't post. He had all this time, all day, and he couldn't even like put a message on Clav.
Right.
Fuck that. I'm like,
It's like you have to follow his
screw this.
Twitter in order to get it.
Yeah.
I told Dave, I'm like, yeah, sorry, I'm not going to be home until like 1 in the morning because I'm going to see a movie with some.
But even his Twitter was last minute.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes before.
Like, and then you're going to like, and you know, if he even complains about like, oh, we don't have any viewers, it's like, yeah, well, what do you think, dickhead? Like I was so I can't even. Describe
and you want to go into his basement.
I kind of want to like bitch slap him upside the face sometimes, you know.
All right, I'm opening up something I received yesterday.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the unboxing.
I know our story took hours, but
I know.
Literally.
This one I just needed.
We were trying to convey.
That one I just needed for my
Go.
build. But this is the one that was actually pretty rare that I was like, okay, and I wanted to build one of these. No.
Ooh.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, Pandora's Palace, baby.
I like
I
that.
loved it.
That's a good marquee too.
that's pretty.
Yeah, it's in pretty decent shape too.
That's a great game.
I mean, it's a hard game to find, period, and just to find this, I was like, okay, I gotta pick this up.
Where'd you get that logo up there, or?
No, it was do you guys what's her name, Jen May, on the Arcade Worldwide Collectors on Facebook, the group.
Okay, so that's where it was at.
She had just said she had picked up a whole bunch of. You
see what you're missing out on, Seabart?
She's been on a freaking tear. It's like crazy how many games she's picked up in the last month because she was off work apparently. Anyway, she just posted she got like all these marquees and she posted pictures of them all, and I was like, oh, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and like 3 of them were already taken, but the Pandora's Palace and the dough wasn't. So I was like, yes.
Nice.
I was trying to get one for Carrie. She actually had an Inferno.
Wow, there's a
But
rare
they had put another sticker over top of it, and I guess they had pulled that sticker off, and it ripped half of the original printing off of it.
Bummer.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you trying. Yay.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, I think I need to get that, even if it's just a wall hanger or whatever, right? But,
Right.
she said literally it was like half of it was gone.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking to have something so rare.
The heat gunned it.
Yeah. No, this is pretty cool. Actually, this is better shape than I thought it was going to be.
You have that board?
No. I want it. I've been looking for the board for a while. Well, since Brofest last year. I played.
last year.
This is the only game I took 5 minutes and played it because I remember Greg and those guys talking about it, so I wanted to play it.
Where did
actually,
you play it at?
At Brofest.
Brofest. Yeah, that was the only one game I actually took like a couple of minutes and tried it.
Okay.
Because they've been talking about it for like 2 years or something, and
You know what's weird about that game is how high you can jump. Like sometimes you can like jump really far and land pretty far, and then other times, if it's too high, it kills you. That's the weird part of that game. I don't know if you played it very much, but the detection for how far you can land is kind of wonky a little bit.
What year did it come out? Like 82, 83, or? Because it seemed like it was. I've heard other people compare it to Donkey Kong also.
84.
But, okay, so it's kind of like top. You go start at the top and work your way down, opposite of Donkey Kong. But there's like moving platforms and more stuff going on.
There's just a lot more stuff going on. Yeah.
When you hit stuff, you don't die necessarily.
So
it pushes you.
You just seem more advanced than Donkey Kong, so that I guess that makes sense because it's 3 years newer or something. So.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Cool. Anybody else do anything this week? I guess 2 people were on a road trip the whole time.
I started posting videos.
I saw
your
the
video.
Jimbo. I saw the link you posted about the behind-the-scenes video of Karate Kid.
Oh, that one.
That was cool. Yeah.
Dude,
playing Justitron.
Like, they rehearsed that entire movie. I didn't know that.
Wow.
John Avildsen, he had his little camcorder. They did every scene of that movie. If you, the link I posted was just one of 20 parts.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But he released part 1 of his little love tester video.
There's 4 videos, and they're all done. I'm spraying them out, so I'll post the next part next Monday. And then I uploaded my eyes advanced because I forgot that I was like, oh, that's right, I did this advanced strategies for eyes where I last October, and so I uploaded it. It's just unlisted until I decided to make it public, but I decided to upload all those. I'll probably release that like a week after Brofest, given that I get the world record. So that's kind of the plan. But yeah, all the videos are done. Although I'm taking Carrie up on her suggestion for doing a director's commentary, because I can at least talk about how many mistakes I made doing this restoration, and it'll be kind of fun to vent. So.
That'll be good.
Yeah, it'll be kind of entertaining. Granted, I'll probably get like 10 views per video, but it's all good.
Well, and all 10 of us are here.
Right.
Yes, that's right. That's absolutely. Actually, I got a funny comment on the first part I uploaded. It was from let me look it up here. It's like Mark, or was it Mike Martin or something like that? Let's see here. It was basically great video, but don't take away from Adam doing his pole position project, because I mentioned that Adam's going to be looking at Love Tester. Here it is. It's Mike Martin. He's like, please don't take Adam's attention away from the pole position project. We need that completed badly. I don't personally, but the hobby needs it. And I'm like, I wouldn't worry about it. Adam has his own. This is verbatim. This is why I'm reading my comment. I'm like, I wouldn't worry about it. Adam has his own prioritized agenda. Pole position FPGA isn't his only project. He repairs lots of PCBs and other equipment. He offered to look at it for me, so I'm not going to say no. Plus, he's going to be using it as a subject in one of his videos. Again, I wouldn't worry about the pole position FPGA. He can decide what his priority is.
Yeah.
It's like settle down. Just because
you should have said, "Hey, we're bros, yo."
Yeah. and done. Drop the mic.
Exactly.
I thought it was kind of funny though, and then he left a second comment. He's like, "Great quality video, by the way." Like, oh, okay, way to be diplomatic about it and completely neutral.
Hey, good quality video, but don't screw around with Adam.
Yeah, or else.
Well, I have a little something.
Yeah. Ooh, something.
You
Yeah.
might want to get some cream for that.
I had a switch, a micro switch, go out on Whitewater. So I finally popped my cherry, and I got a welding.
Nice. Which one is it?
It's a Weather West 51.
That's what I have.
Let's see it.
Oh, that.
Pro model.
So, there we go.
Yeah.
So now, so
that's the one that John has too, I think.
Yeah, it works great. I actually got in there, had to take out a bunch of ramps and shit.
Yeah, the West 51's the one I've got too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, no,
that's a great gun. Or great iron.
Yeah,
that's not the one that John uses.
What's that?
That's not the one that John uses.
Isn't it? I thought it was.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Oh yeah, no, his is like different.
101 or something.
Yeah.
His is the model before that, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, the switch for the Bigfoot cave was only going off about half the time, and I was getting a switch error when you turn on the machine. It'll scan.
Yeah.
So I went in there and I got the little resistor part too for it. Is that what it is? A little resistor? Is that what those are called? Those for switches, for micro switches? You know what I'm talking about? There's like a switch, and then on the underneath there's a little.
Or is that a diode?
A little diode thing. Yeah.
A diode.
So I had to make sure those were going the right direction. But no, I soldered it all up and put it all back together, and 2 hours later it was working. Works great. So.
Yay!
Wham, thank you,
Saved
man.
myself some money. Having somebody come out and fix my own pinball machine. So I was proud of myself.
And so it starts.
Oh.
Nice work. Nicely done.
Yeah. Sort of that same sort of feeling, you know, that you're building something, you're working on something, and
when you start repairing stuff, and that stuff you didn't know anything about or had worked on before, and all of a sudden you fix it, it's like amazing.
Yeah, it's like a good feeling. You're like, I didn't have to have somebody fix this for $100.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
It's like a $3 part.
Well, you guys remember earlier the year I fixed my freaking furnace. I replaced some relays that were on it to fix it, and they wouldn't, like, the furnace companies, nobody would touch it. You just have to replace the board for like $600, and it literally cost me
nobody would touch it.
They wouldn't. They would just replace it, and $4 in switches or in
There's
relays.
someone out there that would touch it. I'm sure of it.
Nobody I
There's always
called.
someone that would touch it.
Nobody I called. Guess they don't like touching my stuff.
Well, you're only human. It happens to the best of us.
That's true.
Do they think you're MC Hammer?
No.
No.
I wasn't wearing the parachute pants at the time.
I didn't do it.
Oh, Simpsons.
I didn't do it. Whoa. Man, this kid's hip.
The Hoff with wrinkles.
Holy shit! I'm just looking on Twitter and Ms. Os Retro Gamer. So it's Australia Retro Gamer. They're like Woolies Arcade, a home entertainment nirvana. That's my friend's place down in Washington State. They have a magazine and they're tweeting about his basement arcade. Like they've never been to it or anything. That's weird. I'll have to send this to him. That's holy crap! I think they've done a whole story on it.
Oops.
Oh, maybe they have talked to him. They've actually got his name in it. So this is his place if you're interested.
Wow.
Wow. Pretty fancy.
Yeah, he's on. He's been on Claw forever. McTaggart.
Oh, yeah.
McJagger? Oh, that's a good song.
Is that the one where he's got like a diner?
Yeah.
Kind of set up for his wife or whatever? Yeah, I know it's the one you're talking about.
Yeah,
That's pretty awesome.
I was just there a couple of weeks ago for his birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, his place is awesome.
Yeah.
Nice, Andrew.
He has a diner set up?
Wrinkly and...
Yeah, he has a diner set up in it. Yeah.
Are you laughing at the Hoff's wrinkles?
Yes.
Well, he was singing "Hooked on a Feeling," so that's what made me think of it. Because the Hoff's version of "Hooked on a Feeling" is
Oh yeah, that's like he blames the Hoff that his pay-per-view singing extravaganza failed because OJ was on the run from the cops from that whole. Remember when he was in the car?
Yeah.
That's when his pay-per-view special hit. Nobody watched it.
I think something like Domino's said that they sold more pizzas during the O.J. Simpson truck chase thing than they did during the Super Bowl.
Oh, everybody's glued to their TVs. Oh man. Willie's Arcade at home Nirvana. Hey, where do you get those recognizer neon signs? I've seen those before. Those are awesome.
Yeah.
eBay.
Yeah, they're just Chinese.
There's a guy on eBay that sells them.
Really?
Yeah.
For like 100.
Yeah, that's where same guy that did my Atari neon.
Yeah, that recognizer is awesome. I like that.
It is.
All right. Anybody else? We get in this shit?
Tell another story, Andrew.
There must be more to this.
Another 48 hours. Or 48 hours? I don't have any more stories.
You're all storied out.
All right, Jim's playing music. That means we're done.
I think we're done.
I keep meaning to plug the podcast at the beginning of the show, and I always forget.
All right, actually, real quick, Gak.
Yep.
So we're up to 108 pre-registered.
Oh yeah, Brofest.
Crazy.
Brofest
Yeah,
update.
Brofest. 108
Crazy.
pre-registered already.
That's at least 10 more than we had last year, I think. I don't think we broke 100.
That's more at the end. We only had 60 pre-registered at Brofest
Yeah.
last year. So we hit close to 100 last year with the full registration. So if we get close to that, we're looking at like 130, 140 people at Brofest this year.
Oh, man. You probably... I assume you haven't been reading the emails that all went back and forth today.
I've done my best to keep up. I've been skipping the game nominations because none of the games that I like, you guys likes anyway. So.
I hear you, yeah.
So but I've been trying to catch up after this weekend and last week, like I said, with my friend with the disc and shit like that. So I've been tapped out. So I got the shit off to the proofs off to Kendra and everything today. So John already approved them. So
I commented on that. You didn't see that, I'm sure.
I haven't seen it yet.
Unfortunately, one guy. I must have missed telling you. One name needs to be changed.
That's easy. All right, no big deal.
Okay.
No problem.
Biggest Dickus.
It's actually Steve from Albany, if you guys know who that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So he,
I think
gamer.
Yes, he goes by Stupid Gamer, and the problem is, I think he had his friend. He doesn't have PayPal. I think he had his friend do the PayPal for him, which was that like John Velazquez or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
And then he also commented, and this sounds, I'm not holding my breath, but it sounds like he's going to bring it. Is he wants to donate a Turtles in Time PCB?
Holy shit!
Wow, that is a prize.
That's a prize.
Fully working.
That's a more valuable prize than what I'm bringing. Holy.
What are
fuck.
those
I mean, that's like a $400+ PCB nowadays, isn't it?
Wow.
It can be. It can be. Yes.
Those
crazy
kids, man. That's what it
Yes.
is.
That's like the guy who dropped all the money on the tickets last year and then kind of just gave all his prizes away to people.
Right? Yeah.
He's like, I don't have any arcade stuff. I don't need this. Who wants this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I guess what I'm bringing, it's tough to put a value on because the 2-in-1s haven't really sold on eBay much. The singles do, but people are commanding like $200, $250 for like a heart rate tester.
Wow.
So I guess in that regard, maybe I don't know. It'll be a unique prize.
Jim,
Sure,
Jim,
yeah.
your face should be on the back of the shirt.
That's a scary thought.
Since you posted your
Just
video
with like big beady eyes.
the love tester videos, video you posted, have you got people like bug you that they want to buy them from you or anything?
The only people that have wanted to buy them have PM'd me on Clav. So Sean is eager. He keeps pining away at the love tester. And then Drunken Mike, Gleek, our buddy, he's sent me like 2 PMs asking about buying one of them. It doesn't matter which, he just wants one. But like part of me, like, so I finished 4 of them, right? And I plan on bringing the stress test and the heart rate monitor to work, to my office, because I think it'd be fun to have them in my office, because it's in a work environment, right? And there's no free play, so people would have to put a quarter in if they actually wanted to use it. But I just think it'd be kind of cool to just have them there with the attract mode going. And then the other 2, I don't want to give up the only love test machine I have because it's a great party item. Like it's hilarious.
You gotta keep
it makes
like
funny.
at least one love tester. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And once you have your arcade set up, you can put it in the corner.
That's me in the corner. No, yeah, like the personality analyzer is really funny too, because like that actually spits out like dialogue about like what kind of a person you are, and to be fair, so I've got these 4 done, and then I've got I restored one more cabinet that could be used for a second personality analyzer. I have the parts for it, but I don't have a power supply for it. And so if someone can find a power supply that puts out 27.5 volts AC, they'd be, no problem. But, so I decided, I figured out, like, the place obviously finally open and clean. It's not a big fucking mess anymore, thank God. But I tossed the parts like the empty cabinets that I was never gonna fuck around with because I don't have the parts to make a complete game. And then I saved a bunch of the internal parts for a bunch of the games that some work, some don't. I just figured, I couldn't bring myself to throwing everything away that I wasn't gonna use. So I have to put that in my storage unit. So I have one more cabinet and a bunch of other parts, but it was just too bad. And then I've got all of the 3 blue love testers that I want Adam to look at, boxed up for when he's ready to look at those, because I really want him to get 1 or 2 of those working, because if he can. They're so fucking awesome. The attract modes on those are sweet, and I would totally even if he only got one working, I would probably sell one of the two to Sean. So, but yeah, it's nice to be done with all these. They turned out fucking awesome. I can't wait to post the rest of the videos, but I'm trying to spread it out a little bit because I don't post videos very regularly. So, having a bunch of videos in the hopper is kind of nice. So.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and it took me a fucking long ass time to record these stupid videos because of how small these parts are. But then I have to set up fucking everything. I put more work on myself than I should. Like I have to add lights. I have to do everything manually, manual focus. It's not a point and shoot camera like John has, so it takes a long ass time to record a video. But all right, I'm done. I'm done talking. Who's next?
Exciting.
Enough of this shit.
Being posted. Yay.
All right, so I just have to add one little more fuck up for this weekend.
Ooh, add it.
And probably the only person here who will really appreciate it is Gak.
Uh-oh.
So while I was away, my wife, so my brother was in town. My wife had some friends over. They were doing like a Mother's Day thing. I just looked at my beer fridge.
Uh-oh. The temperature got set too high or too low, and they all got messed up.
2 of the 3 of the last Dogfish Head 120-minute IPAs I was aging.
Uh-huh.
2 of the 3 are gone.
Oh, no. Someone drank them, or they split open or something?
No, someone drank 2...
oh! Hey, here's a beer. I'll try it out.
Yeah, 3 years I've been aging these things.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
This would be the icing on the cake. So I poured it. It just tasted kind of gross, so I just poured it all out.
Just dump it out. Yeah.
Oh man.
Wow.
I've been aging these things for 3 years. I've got. I was funny. I was like reaching in here, grabbing just another beer to just sip on, right? And I looked down at the bottom. I'm like, what the fuck? There's like a bottom drawer of the shit that I just keep, and there's only 1 bottle left in there.
Wow.
So those are like $15 for like a 12-ounce bottle when they're new. And like I said, I've been aging those things for 3 years now. It was actually 3 years in March.
But you keep track.
It's not even the cost of the beer. It's the fact that I've been savoring these things and aging them and like trying every 6 to 10 months I'll have one and be like, oh, how's that aging? Oh, that's really interesting how it's like. Well,
yeah.
Someone's just like pounded away to them. I have no idea who it was.
Yeah.
So.
They just thought it was a Budweiser or something.
They were just like, whatever, it's a beer in the beer fridge. Just grab them.
Yeah. There's not a sign on it.
I didn't put a sign on it. I didn't say don't fucking touch the ones in this drawer.
Yeah. And now you know.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah.
And then you learn.
Yeah. The more you know.
That's
no problem.
Andrew.
Yeah.
This gets better and better.
Literally, like it was like 5. Jim was in the middle of his story. I didn't want to interrupt when I realized.
I had a story.
Oh.
I don't think I had a story.
I think it's done.
No.
Painful though. See, we need to get this smudging ceremony. I liked Arcade Danger suggested something with something about poultry. I'd probably like a sacrificial chicken.
Oh yeah, they cut the chicken and
we could
dance naked around the garage.
Yeah.
Sage in my mouth and.
Yeah, beware that pin. Because I need to do the same to mine. It's been a lot of time here, and I'm thinking there's still some.
You put salt around it.
Oh, like what was that Chevy Chase movie?
Oh, and he sniffs it.
Yeah.
Modern times.
I like it.
Modern times.
the Charlie Chaplin Modern Problems. It was the Charlie.
Modern Problems. Yeah.
I was actually thinking about the Caddyshack scene where he's like, no, you gotta do it right. He fucking sniffs the salt or whatever and throws a lemon over his shoulder or something like that.
Yeah, right.
I was born to love you. To lick your chest. I was born to. Yeah. But you were born to lick me first, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was the first videotape I ever owned. That.
Nice.
Yes, it was the first. Like, it got the VCR, and it's like, all right, gonna buy.
That gives you some cred right there.
Yeah.
That was the first boobs I ever saw.
That's awesome, Steve.
My mom took me to that movie.
Hey, orange balls. I'll have a box of those. Give me a box of those naked lady teas, and give me 2 of those. Give me 6 of those. I think this place is restricted, Wank, so don't tell me you're Jewish. Okay, fine.
So the girl in that movie is Yori from Tron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
She winks at the camera, and you see nipple.
So what's her name?
Nipple?
Something Morgan. Help me out. Does anybody know her name?
Yes, it's like Carrie Morgan or something like that.
Or was her first name Morgan?
Cindy Morgan. Cindy Morgan.
Oh, Cindy Morgan.
So Cindy Morgan was sitting at a table at the Comic-Con. Nobody knows who she was. I walk up to her. I'm talking to her. She's super nice. I go, I just want to let you know that you're the first boobs I ever saw. Thank you very much.
Spoken like a true teenager.
Yes.
Teenager? This is like, I don't know.
This was like 2 months ago.
Yeah. And what did she say? Did she respond to that?
She's all, you're not the first person to tell me that.
Oh.
But no, she was super cool, super nice. So.
Yeah. That was a great movie.
She got shafted on the sequel of Tron, though, I have to say.
Oh, totally, dude. I mean, they included every other major cast member.
Yeah. And she wanted to be in it really bad, too. They just didn't write her in.
Boo.
Boo, and she still looks pretty good.
They're like, sorry, we've already seen your nipples. Never again. It's like, what the fuck?
It's a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Tron came out after Caddyshack.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. Yeah, that's
They
a
didn't
good
mind
point.
the boobage.
Yeah, and they include, like, seriously, they included every. I don't get it. Why did they include? They even included the dude that played Ram in like the day after special feature or whatever.
Yeah. He was actually supposed to be in the movie, but they cut his parts out.
What a dick.
For pacing. But
yeah, pace.
But yeah. Yeah, Bruce Boxleitner was in it, and you know, it was cool.
Although, you know, for a movie that's called Tron Legacy, Tron really wasn't that much in it, which was disappointing. I mean, Rinsler, yeah, okay.
Rinsler, yeah.
Oh, that's actually Tron, okay, but give me a fucking break. I like the movie. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the movie more than a lot of people did.
Well, but if you think about like the original Tron really wasn't even Tron's story; it was Flynn's story.
Yeah. It was, but
Tron was a side character, and he was a side character in the sequel.
Yeah, but he was much more minor character in the sequel.
He was, but that's like the twist on it, right? It's like
I don't know. I have my complaints.
Those of us who knew about the 3 dots, you know, with a single dot underneath, we knew the Tron logo, what was on his chest. We knew what was going on with Rinsler.
Yeah.
So we picked up on that stuff, but yeah, and then that was like the big reveal. I was like, oh god, Tron's been corrupted by the thing. And it's like that's. I was okay with that. Like what was he going to be? Another hero? Yeah, I'm totally cool with how they did it.
But you know what? They took every. Well, okay, and like I said, I just admitted I like the movie. I own it. I love it.
Yeah.
But you know what? Like the whole user thing, I was like, what the fuck? users seem to be less powerful than the programs in this movie. Like,
In
what the
that
fuck's up with that?
Yeah, they were.
Like, come on, where's the magic of being the user? Like, they're supposed to be fucking gods.
But then again, Flynn was still pretty powerful because he was able to absorb the entire everything he created and suck it back up.
Yeah, but he didn't have anything else. Like that was like his one play that would destroy him too.
He could
like,
stop.
Where is like, hey, I've got user power.
He could
fucking kick all your asses.
Programs.
All right.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, if he was a total god in this place.
Yeah, he wasn't like the first movie.
It would be a really boring movie.
Yeah, you gotta.
It wouldn't even be a movie. You have to have the heroes
opposition. Yep.
With equal enemies or stronger enemies to make it exciting. You can't have users just walking in and being like, SimCity, I know how to give me all the money, or I know how to do the IDK.
Yeah, but Tron, the original Tron was that way, and that movie worked well.
But he didn't really know what he was doing, and it was like.
Yeah, he was discovering his powers.
Right. But
where was that in this movie?
You've got to have that conflict. You've got to have that thing of where the bad guy is at least equal, if not stronger, than the good guy to have him overcome that.
Okay, and there's another problem I have is like why is the program he created more powerful than he is? That's fucking bullshit. Oh, Clue, he gets stronger the more I fight. Yeah, whatever. Fuck that. I fucking created this bitch.
I thought the backstory that they kept showing about the ISOs and showing them killing them all and how like Clue turned rogue, all that should have been its own movie. I think, that's the movie.
It could have been. Yeah.
It should have been, but instead, some Hollywood executive from Disney's like, no, we got to bring in a new young guy that the girls will like. So you got to write a story around that. So make it around Flynn's kid or something. So that's what it felt like to me. That it was like they're trying to cram in two stories into one. So, I mean,
I could have done without Flynn's son. It could have just been Flynn.
They want to have some more action, I guess. And I thought also I was disappointed with the laser sequence. Like it was such an incredible sequence from the first movie, and in this sequel. The room just phases for a second. I'm like, oh, what a wasted opportunity to update the laser transfer.
But okay, so like I agree with you, Steve. I completely agree with you on that effect. But I love when Sam logs on to his server. Like I like that whole sequence where he's like, "Oh, we got DOS here,"
It's Unix actually. It's not DOS.
Or Unix, yeah. And he's like, okay, what do I do here? And he wipes off the fucking dust,
Well, yeah, I think it's still have all that. But they should still have a sequence that shows him disintegrating slowly. But with today's special effects, it could have been so amazing. And instead, we just got this blur the camera for a sec and.
Yeah, there's sort of like a little transition thing.
Because back in the day when that sequence happened, it was jaw-dropping. Traveling through the tunnels and going through the
3D effects of that, yeah.
It was just so cool. And then to see it this way, I was like, bleh. I don't know. I like the movie. I have it on Blu-ray, yeah, of course. I'm a Tron guy, but I'm just picking out the things that I would have changed, if I did it. So.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. No, you can completely. You can love the movie, like we all. I'm sure we all do, but still have your own little nitpicks and gripes with it. I mean, that's come on, but.
Yeah.
But anyways,
actually, it's funny. Actually, speaking of that, and then talk about remakes. And I think I may have mentioned this when we were talking about it, but back to Star Wars, just for pulling that shit. It's one of my biggest disappointments. It's a minor gripe with the prequels that I fucking loved about Force Awakenings is that in all the prequels we never got the jump to light speed from the cockpit of any ship. The stars screaming across and doing that whole thing. And they fucking totally embraced that in Force Awakens. We got to see that again, and that was, I mean, as a kid, that was one of my big deals. It's like, holy shit, like in the theater, like watching it, like the Millennium Falcon jump to light speed, and the stars just scream across the canopy. And we never got that once in any of the new movies, the prequels. It's like, not once did they jump to light speed. We didn't see them not.
They've gone to plaid.
Yeah, exactly. And when we saw that in The Force Awakenings, I practically came in my pants. I was like, oh my god, fuck yes! This is like, it took me right back to being a little kid, just being like, yes!
Well, because the whole movie was basically just a remake of the first movie.
Well, they could have done that 1,000,000 times or 100 times in the prequels, and they never did. But that one effect had such a huge impact on me as a kid. And I love the fact that we got to see it again in Force Awakenings. That's just... Yeah. So minor gripes kind of thing, and like there you go, like that one little thing about the movie that makes it like it brings you back into it, and it's like that fucking did it for me.
Yeah, I'm complaining about Tron, but I mean, the light cycle sequences were amazing. You know, all the gladiator shit was amazing. So yeah, I'm just nitpicking shit. It's like, you know, that's what
I am too.
Yeah,
I actually Big Trouble in Little China is on my phone. It's on my iPad.
Yeah,
Tron Legacy and Tron the original movie are both on my phone and my iPad as well. I watched those movies. I watched it actually driving through fucking Wyoming. I'm not kidding. So like I took my iPad and I plugged it into my stereo in the van.
Yeah.
I was listening / hearing that movie while I was driving to go pick up Forgotten Worlds and Star Trek.
Have you done the Andrew? Have you done the Tron Legacy with the app where it works with the Blu-ray, where it's actually Bluetooth to your iPad, and you have the Tron app running, and as the movie's going, it'll send signals to your iPad and show you extra features on the iPad as you're watching the movie.
Yeah. I had no idea.
It's amazing, and it's so cool.
Amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. And it'll shoot and show the director, and the director will talk about a sequence, and the movie will will pause for a sec, and the app will go, and then you hit a button, and it goes back to the movie, and the movie will start going again.
But your Blu-ray would have to have Bluetooth.
You know what's funny about both Tron the original and Tron Legacy is that I'm just totally overlapping Steve right now.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's something cool to check out on the Blu-ray.
I need to do that. I've never done that before.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the app and forward it to you, because it's a big download for the app, but yeah, it just unlocks with the Blu-ray, so it interacts together with it. It's really weird how that works. But
yeah,
it's really neat.
That's awesome. No, I absolutely adore. I think Legacy is fucking awesome. I love.
I'm so sad that Tron 3 is like
hiatus.
Yeah, they killed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll make it eventually. I think they will.
Because I don't care honestly about like what Sam and
Aura.
What's Aura?
Yeah.
Like, what they do? I want the search for Flynn. Like I want to see him like find his father like in suspended pixels or whatever. That's got to come. Yeah.
He's on the thumb drive digitally.
Yeah, right.
But what I was gonna say is that in both movies, both original Tron and both Legacy, the first 20-25 minutes of the movie are my favorite parts in both movies. I like the whole build up until I like the real world and how they get into the into the grid or whatever like that. The first 25 minutes in both movies are my favorite parts. And then, like near the end too. But I like the transitions.
Yeah, that's.
Did any of you guys play the Tron 2.0 PC game?
Yeah, I beat it a couple times.
All right, good.
I have it on my shelf.
I think they did a brilliant job. I had a lot of fun playing that game. That came out long before the movie. That totally took me back to Tron. I thought it was brilliant. I love the idea of the viruses invading the world and like the corruption and stuff that happened, and
the corruption and all that was cool.
Yeah, I love the fact you're fighting viruses. That's just such a cool idea in a computer universe.
Last Tron game I've ever played was Tron Deadly Disc on Intellivision.
Oh, that was a great one.
That was awesome.
So I have a story about that, actually, Tron 2.0.
Yeah.
When I was very first getting into 3D graphics, I created, one of the first things I did, of course, was create a Tron scene. And I built all in 3D light cycle and the Tron tank and a recognizer. And I formed a scene where it shows a Tron tank shooting at a light cycle and it having that kind of pixel explosion.
Yeah, yeah.
And it looked really awesome. And I posted it on, remember G4, that network?
Yeah, yeah.
I posted on that website when we were talking about Tron with Tommy Tallarico. I don't know if you know who he is. But anyway, a Disney executive contacted me that was working with the Tron 2.0 video game. He goes, "Hey, I really like your picture. I see that you're a huge fan. You know, this is a private message you sent me."
Yeah.
He's all, "Would you like to come down to E3 and see our game?" I said, "Yeah, that'd be awesome." So I go down there, and not only I got to go down there and see their game and play it, but at a table they had what's his name? Who's the futurist that drew all the stuff for Tron? That guy. Oh shit, it's escaping me now. And he's the main designer of Tron, of all the visual looks of it. I can't remember his name. It's escaping me right now. Anyway, he's sitting there, and also Bruce Boxleitner, and who else is there? Cindy Morgan was there, and I think everybody was there except for Jeff Bridges, of course.
Jeff Bridges, yeah.
But yeah, everybody's all sitting at a table, and you can walk and talk to them, and I thought that was just really cool. You know, because it was an E3 private event. So.
Is that where you told? Is that where you told her you saw her boobs for the first time?
No, I told her another different time.
Did you go? Do you remember me? I told you that.
That one came later. Yeah, I didn't tell her the first time.
Yeah, Bruce was at the Denver Comic Con a couple of years ago, and I wanted to bring my Tron marquee down to have him sign it.
Oh, how funny!
And I was just like, I'm just not that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just not big into getting like signatures from people, or I don't have that. And I feel awkward talking to celebrities. I just don't really have anything to say.
That was like when I met Bruce Campbell. I so wanted him to sign my like Army of Darkness Limited DVD or whatever, and I'm like, I don't want to ruin the moment. Like, I would rather just be like the cool guy. It's like, hey, whatever. Not like, hey, can you sign this for me?
Yeah. It's. I mean, I'd love to have it, and I'd love to have that experience, but I don't really have anything to talk about, and I just feel weird meeting people. I've never done the big signing stuff.
It's kind of like people that get pictures with celebrities. They're like, hey, let's take a photo like we're best friends.
Right.
You don't know me, and I don't know you.
Right.
Yeah, my philosophy is always I care about them as much. I care about somebody as much as they care about me, and so when it comes to celebrity, they don't know me. I don't give a shit. Here we go.
Yeah.
They usually just say thank you.
That's a bit. So it's funny you say that. So one of my favorite bands is a weird, obscure British band. They've been around since the '70s. They don't tour the U.S. hardly ever. But they're still together. They're still putting on albums today, and I finally got to meet the
Bee Gees
singer. I'm not even gonna say the name of it. And I thought long and hard about what it would be like if I ever got to the chance to talk to him, and I realized that all I really had to say to him was thank you. I mean, for 30 fucking years, you've been putting out, now 40 years, you've been putting out songs that I fucking love, that mean the world to me. I've been following you since, the mid-'80s when I was a teenager, and it's like I don't want to ask you a question about my favorite song and like, what does this lyric mean to you, or what do you fucking say, right?
Yeah, they usually don't want to tell you anyway. They want you to come up with what it means.
Yeah, and it's like I don't want to like gush or be weird. It's like, and I finally got like in front of him, and I we were at a show. Actually, he came and they played here in Denver, and it was cool because like we were talking about smoking being not cool in clubs and bars here anymore, but I was still smoking cigarettes at the time, and it's cool as fucking shit. Like, so after the show, he comes out just to like hang out with a few of the people that actually were there, and like he pulls out and he rolls a cigarette and he starts like smoking. And I was like, fuck it, it's like in the middle of the club, but totally you're not allowed to smoke in. I pulled out a cigarette and started smoking, and he was talking to some other people, and I'm standing kind of next to him, and he finished talking to them, and he turns to me, and I said, you know, Justin, I don't know what to say to you except thank you. For the last 30 years of my life that your music has meant so much to me, I just have to say thank you. That's all I said, and I walked away. It's like, you know, that's it. And it's funny, too, because like you said, like he was almost like sitting there standing, like wanting to hear more or expecting like kind of like more from like, well, what are you into? Like, what is it that you know, like we're so into the music? And it's like, I got nothing. Every fucking one of your songs like means something to me and fucking hits me in the fucking chest, and I love it. And all I can say is thank you. And I just had to walk away. So it's I get that.
Not even a bro hug. Damn.
I didn't give him a hug. None of that stuff. I think I shook his hand. I was pretty fucking drunk at the time too.
Not a boy.
I was drinking pretty heavily during the show, which is probably the only reason why I walked up to him after the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like thank you. It's like, what do you say to people like that? Like, I don't have a celebrity gushing thing in me where it's like,
yeah,
you know what? You've made a big difference in my life. You've affected me. But
all right, I'm going out on
that goofy fucking like fanboy.
Yeah, I know. I totally understand. Like, I'm going out on a huge limb here. This is like a completely diverging a bit from this topic a little bit, but I've never understood how people get super crushes on celebrities, and like I've never completely like I've never been that boat. Like I remember like in early college when Britney Spears was huge, and all my guy friends had posters and stuff. And they're like, "Oh, Britney Spears is so fucking hot." And I'm like, I don't understand it. Like I've never understood the like how you can get so obsessed with a celebrity or like a singer, an artist, a pop star. I can understand like if you like their music and stuff, but like actually being like, oh, I so just want to jump so and so's bones. Like
was she still wearing
get that
ears?
Probably. But like I don't like, for me the only thing that excites me about anything, like the only time that I can like there's these like fantasies about so and so is if there's a remote chance, like a very like it could be like a lottery chance that you would wind up with that person, or like there's a potential of it turning into a reality. I've never like I don't understand, like for me I can't see myself, oh my god, like she is like, I love her in that show, and I'm so attracted to her, and I want her, and that's the secret love of my life or whatever. Like so many other people are like that, and I just don't get it. Like I just don't understand it. Like it's like you're never going to end up with that person, so why are you wasting your time getting obsessed over this celebrity? I just don't understand it.
All right, so we've got a question for Brad for next week's show. If you were to meet a celebrity and bang him,
with the bang.
We have to. By the way, the show started at 9 o'clock. By the way, we're going to start the show at 10 o'clock Central Time. We're going to start the show 1 hour later. We're gonna join in. We're going to start drinking, but we're going to buffer an hour.
Which video game character would you bang if you could?
I mean, go back. I'm going to go back. Let's go both. Go back. You want me to go or you go?
You go.
Okay. All I was going to say is to Jimbo's thing, maybe it's from where you're from. Like, in Vancouver, I've run into and talked to shit tons of celebrities just standing at Starbucks and stuff. So there is a possibility of meeting stars and stuff like all over the place. And I've met Ozzy a few times. Like, there's maybe it's just maybe from where you're from. I don't know.
No. For me, it's not that because I've met celebrities, but for me, like the whole concept of being infatuated with someone, for me,
But you were never infatuated with like the high school cheerleader, even though you didn't have a shot with her. I'm not saying you didn't.
No, not really. No, like I've always been. Maybe I'm just like too much of a realist. I don't understand it. Like, but like it's like why waste time?
I'm not that
being
way
obsessed
either.
over someone.
I'm not that way either. I was just trying to help.
But for my, I'm just trying to make an argument here. No, but like.
No, I was just trying to help figure it out for you. That's all.
Well, maybe I should lie down on a couch and someone can analyze me a little bit more. But I just for me at least, I've had this conversation with friends and stuff all the time, and I'm just like I just don't understand it. Like, why are you guys so obsessed with this or that celebrity or singer or whatever, knowing that you're never ever going to end up with this person? Like, why waste your time? Like, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just like I feel like it's a waste of time.
Don't mess with the reality. You know the reality.
Yeah.
Don't mess with my fantasy.
Don't mess with the fantasy. That's it.
Yeah.
No,
it's just a dream. It's like, oh, well, yeah, but what if? Is it that kind of thing? I don't know.
I mean, I put it in the same category as people falling in love with video game characters or developers or anything. I mean, people just like certain things, and that's what they like.
True.
I mean, it's like,
and knowing is half the battle.
No, but like, Jimbo, you have a passion for movies way more than I have a passion for movies. I would never, ever, ever listen to the commentaries that are overplaying in a movie, but you do. That's your passion.
Yeah.
Right? And my passion is something different. It's just what people are into. That just doesn't float your boat.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, that's one argument.
Celebrity worship is a different thing, though.
Yeah.
That's. I agree. That is a weird, different thing with people that they get that I don't understand either.
Like how many times have I heard from someone like, man, if it doesn't work out with my significant other, I'm marrying Tom Cruise, or I'm marrying. Like I've heard that so many times.
Or right, like I'm totally married and I love Jim, but if I met Tom Cruise, I would totally fuck Jim off and be like, Tom,
I got a free pass.
No,
right.
Seriously.
Yeah, totally the free pass.
Like,
right there you go.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's
my buddy Eric, no, you guys haven't met, but like. Yeah, his wife, he's got a free pass. She's got a quote-unquote free pass with like Snoop Dogg.
He was just in Vancouver a month ago shitting on it. All the heroin in the alleys.
No, I mean obviously it's all in humor, but like still, it's like they joke about that stuff. But it bothers him sometimes. Like, like I love you, honey, but if Snoop Dogg like put his dick in my mouth, I would totally suck it. That sucks to hear.
Nice pun.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I would totally suck it. That sucks to hear. Snoop, the skinniest rapper that ever existed.
Just going back to arcade talk for a quick second. I just remembered. Well, it's about movies too. This is a documentary about the guy who just won the World Pinball Championships. He's actually lives 20 minutes from me. But he's autistic. He's been autistic since he was 3 years old. And his parents bought him his first pinball machine at 10, and he just became the world record, number one world record pinball player in the world 3 weeks ago. Won the World Championships. It's actually a pretty cool story. So they made a documentary of him.
Oh, and it's called Wizard Mode?
Wizard Mode, yeah.
What does it play on? What do you have to rent it on?
You can iOS. It says iOS, Apple TV, Roku, and Chromecast.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch.
But yeah, I just thought I'd put it out there.
I love documentaries, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's just cool because he's pretty heavy autistic. His dream in his life is to basically live on his own, move out of his parents' house. So he's fairly autistic, but he's like just everybody who's ever met him, like he destroys everybody in pinball. It's crazy how good he is.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's just because of his concentration on pinball. He's just like, I don't want to say obsessed with it, but you know how if you know anybody who's autistic, they can get that way on certain things, and he just picked pinball. That's pretty cool.
Oh, I'll have to check it out.
Wow. Should we end this shit?
Yeah.
I think this shit really ended a while ago.
Yeah, I know. Nobody's watching.
I was trying to find my art, my Tron art. I could only find my old Sark unfinished thing. Here, let me do a screen share.
Just put it up, and then we'll end it on that screen share. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Perfect.
Okay, so there's that. And then, so that was my Sark. It's unfinished.
Sark. I don't know how you survived.
Here, let me present.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know how you survived.
There you go.
Slave. It doesn't matter. Prepare to terminate.
That's such a great moment in that movie. I wish it was like 5 minutes longer, like their battle.
I like how they're jumping over those huge chasms. And...
Yeah.
I feel a presence. Another warrior on the Mason.
Yeah.
Mason. Does he have like a scale and a fucking compass?
I know.
Another warrior on the Mason.
Yeah, I know. Oops. That was a flub in the dialogue, I guess.
Did you guys ever see that old CGI animation when it was first coming out? The juggler, and there's like a grid, and there's a guy juggling three primary shapes.
That was their like their pledge or
it was like their test.
Their test run.
Yeah, so watching the commentaries and stuff that Jim and I watch, the inside, the guy that's juggling, they just took that guy's face, and that's what they used to wrap around Sark when Sark's talking to the MCP. It's like they just reuse assets from their demo movie. So that's on the Blu-ray too. The juggler. It's actually pretty cool. But anyway. Some dumb Tron trivia. So we're gonna end this shit or what?
Yeah, let's end this stuff.
End of line.
Hey, Carrie's just like so tired.
All
right.
I can't believe I made another like hour longer than I thought I would.
Thanks for joining.
That boy, Andrew. You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah, thanks to Andrew and Carrie for even coming on tonight. That's awesome.
Oh, and
come on, baby.
I'm actually surprised I'm here because I had people over and I guess my wife said, "Oh, that's okay. You go downstairs."
Did you see Steve Hertz that was in and out pretty quick?
I know he didn't even talk.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know if you know who he is, but he's like the big. He's got a huge arcade collection. He's got a huge laserdisc collection.
Penis.
Well, I don't know about that, but.
Come on.
He has some really cool laserdisc machines and. Yeah, so he has some interesting things to say, but he was like, he didn't know when to come in and start talking, so he's going to try and come in next time.
Well, he's gotta, like anyone else, we've said this a gazillion times, they have to join early.
Yeah.
They can't come in halfway through the show unless they want to be alienated and ridiculed. And
we had some of our regular who came on towards the partway through, but we didn't get a chance to get to him because Andrew and I were in the middle of our story. Like,
you had your story too. So.
And people weren't able to. Yeah, exactly. It was like
story.
Much like Wyoming, it was never ending, and there was no hope. So very sorry.
We'll get him on.
Of despair.
I mean, that's his.
Don't even think. Don't even think about trying to escape.
I mean, the SC3 event is his event, so I'm sure he has some interesting things to talk about for that. So.
Where am I?
The bit of despair. Don't even
think about trying to escape.
We'll get him on. We'll get Zyla on. I'm gonna get Golden Age Parts is gonna come on.
I'm so glad you guys got to hang out.
Beat it, or I'll call the Brute Squad. I'm on the Brute Squad. You are the Brute Squad.
She is an awesome. She's a very cool and very interesting person. She's a squirter. Someday. I don't know.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, she's really cool.
Yeah.
Right. Wouldn't it be fun if we could do some sort of like on the road version of Arcade Hangout and like all meet up at certain places and Denver could.
Only if we could all drive box trucks.
Yes.
What I should do is like one of these Tuesday nights. I won't be able to drink, but like one of these nights, I should just go over and we should just do a live stream for our show over at Hyperspace.
Well, I asked her and she was all for it. So
yeah. So I'll talk to her about that, or if anyone talks to her, like I'm happy to do that, and we'll go over and make that happen. That'd be cool.
I was talking to her about Grinkers too. She actually sounded interested. So.
Yeah, that's right. She
can road trip with the rest of us. I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
I like Zyla very much. Like I said, like I was texting her while you guys were talking and texting you guys and texting her, and it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, that's awesome. You guys are meeting like my buddies Steve and Carrie. That's
badass. You texted me, have you seen Carrie yet? And I said no.
I know, you sent me the picture of you and her and Zyla. You guys are all like hugging.
Yeah.
Exactly. You had sent me this time. And so yes, and I did the same. I'm like, oh look, Andrew sent the same message. Are you with Steve?
Yeah.
I'm getting the impression that Carrie knows everyone. She fucking met my supervisor, for crying out loud.
That was awesome. It's like, okay, we'll do the same photo, but obviously in a different pose. Like, okay,
yeah.
And I took the same picture and said, sent a picture of the three of us. Like, no, that was awesome.
Zyla's a big Laserdisc person, so we were talking a lot of Space Ace and Dragon Slayer stuff.
She's fucking solid at both those games.
Well, yeah, she still doesn't do Ace yet on Space Ace. She's a captain person, so I'm like, I gotta push her in the Ace direction. Then. So yeah, we gotta get her out to Grinkers because that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and some Tuesday night, like if we can do like I'll do the show from over at Hyperspace. It's about 15 minutes away.
Really, that's good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll text her and ask her when she wants to do it, and then I'll hit you up and see if you want to go out that night.
Yeah.
Or you can do it either way.
Yeah.
Middle person, but yeah, that'd be fun. Definitely.
I'll text her about that.
She knows Crafty too, right?
She does. She's met him at least.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, she and I are probably a little bit closer than most of the people here in Denver, but yeah.
You should get Crafty there. You should get Sam there. You should get a bunch of guys. That'd be cool.
That would be great to do actually a meetup and like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. To set up a table or something.
All right, let's end this shit.
Yeah. Cool.
Saying that 10 times. All right, so thanks for watching the show. Subscribe to the podcast, YouTube channel, all that stuff.
Fuck you, Wyoming.
Thanks for all my other co-hosts for coming on tonight.
Thanks, Cindy, for showing me your booth.